people can... Ladies and gentlemen, could you... It's 12 o'clock, so I would like to start sharp. So if everyone can get seated so that we start our session. Okay, good afternoon, since it's 12. Welcome to this special panel on Kazakhstan and Africa, titled Unlocking New Frontiers of Cooperation. So I want you to give a warm welcome to an impressive panel with His Majesty King of Ife, my dear brother, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda, Olivier, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, Alibek Kwantirov, and our brother from South Africa too, since he's from South Africa and part of the continent, Mr. Igor Ishikovic. He's the founder of Paramount, and another brother from Africa, Driss Benomar, who is a board member of the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises. So that's the patronat, as we say in French. So I want you to give a warm welcome to all of them. So the way this session will unfold, I think I would want to see it be an interactive discussion between all of you participating, and then the great panelists that we have. So first I will introduce the theme with some concrete facts, and then each panel member will have a question from me, and then after they react to the question, I would ask panelists if you have comment or question to each and everyone as it goes. And then if we have a great discussion, I will ask panelists to have a 1-minute comment on what each and everyone sees from questions that are addressed to a single person or all of them. So this is how it will unfold. So I would like to ask you as well to try and keep the time, because we started at 12 sharp, we want to finish at 1 sharp. So the fact, Kazakhstan and Africa share converging priorities: sustainable growth, energy transition, food security, technological development, and economic integration. And despite the geographical distance, because some wonder why we come all the way from Africa to Kazakhstan, both regions possess abundant natural resources, dynamic youth population, and a shared need to strengthen economic resilience against the external shocks that the world is facing. So what is the objective of this panel? The panel is to explore opportunities for building sustainable partnership in key sectors. But also, the panel is intended as a starting point for building a strategic alliance between Africa and Central Asia, driven by a shared desire to meet the challenges of the 21st century. By bringing together political decision makers, economic actors, and cultural leaders, it aimed to lay the foundation for sustainable cooperation based on 4 major pillars: energy, food security, digital technology, industrialization, and the goal is to develop a joint roadmap, I guess by 2030, that reflects the shared priorities and complementarities between the region. When I talk about cooperation, I've talked about the distance, and when you talk about distance, it means we need logistics and transport. And I would want each and everyone to react to that and see how, in terms of the key sectorial issue that I've mentioned, green energy, the potential cooperation, food security, cooperation opportunity, economic diversification, how digital transformation as well, because Kazakhstan have been in the forefront of that. And also, I think if you could touch the bilateral cooperation, but beyond that, what multilateral cooperation fit in that context, especially with the world we're living in today. So my first question, with no doubt, will go to the Deputy Foreign Minister. So, Deputy Foreign Minister Kwantirov, what motivates your country's growing engagement with Africa, and how do you see strategic logic of this partnership? Because one would assume that Kazakhstan will focus on, being in Central Asia, will focus on Asia. So what brings Kazakhstan to now see the put the focus on Africa, and how do you see that unfolding?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to greet you all at this panel session at Astana International Forum and in general in Kazakhstan. So it's a privilege for us. Yeah, it's a privilege for us to host you all. So regarding your question in particular, since Kazakhstan is expanding its markets, it's expanding its policies, and it's also in search of new markets, the African continent presents itself as a very good opportunity for us to make a base for exploding the bilateral trade and for our exports, for exports of our technologies, IT technologies, space industry products, and also making the food security more possible for our brotherhood nations. So with this idea, we are coming to the world, and that's why connecting minds and shaping the future is the topic of this particular forum. That was said by our president and other speakers at the plenary session and panel sessions. So we see a very great potential with being a middle power with other middle powers on the African continent. So now we can see how the African continent, with all its 54 countries, are growing. So this is a great untapped potential, and we notice that, and we have very equal, very respectful relations with each of the African countries. So the number of embassies on the continent is expanding from our side, and recently we had several delegations to the African continent, and the last one was to Nigeria, where His Royal Majesty King of Ife was hosting us. So great opportunities, especially taking into account just economic pragmatism. So we're ready to export, we're ready to invest, we're ready to receive products directly, not from through the third parties, through third countries to our country, and really it's a big market. 1.4 billion of people living on the continent, and the same with Kazakhstan. We are the leader in the central, not only in the Central Asian region, but also if we look broader, nearby we have Russia, China, we have Iran, and many other countries, the Caucasus, India, etc. So we are providing opportunities to trade much broader than with Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The same, we see your countries as an access point to the African continent and other countries that are not present directly in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think since we have two diplomats, I will go straight to our brother, the Honorable Minister of Rwanda, and then ask him the following question, or it will be two questions in one. So, Honorable Minister Olivier, what diplomatic and commercial priority do you see yourself, bearing in mind the intervention that both Excellency President Tokayev and President Kagame have talked about yesterday, and also keeping in mind that Rwanda has done a lot in progressing on e-government, on defense and then digital innovation. So how do you see that based on what the Deputy Foreign Minister said? And then I will get the panel to react to those two diplomats before we move to cultural and youth with His Majesty, and then more commercial issues with the two others.
Thank you very much. I believe that the relations between Kazakhstan and Rwanda and Kazakhstan and Africa in general is entering a new era, and we believe that there is a transformational potential between our two countries and also Kazakhstan and Africa. I think it's true that Kazakhstan has been having trade volume which is very high with countries and blocs of the region, trade with the EU 50 billion, with China 45 billion, and Russia 28 billion. But with Africa, it's only 1 billion, which is still low, but it's increasing. And the position of Kazakhstan, the central position, pivotal position between Europe and Asia, with also the investment in infrastructure projects like the Trans-Caspian route, but also the other route that will go south, the Trans-Afghanistan route that will connect Kazakhstan to Africa through the Indian Ocean is really important. And we have seen potential, those you have mentioned in agriculture, which is an agricultural country, mining, industry, and also ICT. So we believe that we as Rwanda, we have a lot to gain in really increasing our trade and partnership with Kazakhstan.
Thank you. One point both of you mentioned is in terms of tech and cooperation. You know, I want to give one example. Africa leads the mobile money market in the world with 1.1 trillion in transaction in 2024. And yet we're facing a major digital divide. Based on what the two diplomats have said, does anyone in the audience has a comment or a question going in that direction before we move to the other panelists? As I say, I want it to be a lively discussion, so I don't want to be us only talking. Yes, you can give your name and your related institution, and then you can ask your question. Thank you. So,
let me start by answering this question. So, with all our partners on the African continent and beyond, so we are providing and we are proposing our eGov systems, which are very successful, and Kazakhstan ranks 28th at the EU ranking of eGov, and also at the 20th position, at 10th position at other some subdivisions of these ratings. So they are very high quality eGov systems that are already being implemented in many countries. And with all of that, we are also providing expertise. So we're ready to maintain and educate those who will be receiving this particular. And what you said, this is particularly one of the things that is connecting our minds and just, diminishes the difference, the internet difference and access to high-tech technologies between nations, among nations. This is what we are doing, and this is one of the practical things that we are providing. Another example is the well-known Sergec system, which is being used as a monitoring, the order monitoring system at the traffic on the roads. So it is monitoring the order and also the order of driving. This is another system that we are providing and commercializing. It's also one of the very successful systems that we are, expanding and exporting these particular services to other countries, and also our satellites. You know that our Cosmodrome Baikonur were the first launching of a rocket, and the first person went into the space. It's on our territory, and so we are developing our own satellites, and we are providing them to our friends worldwide, together with the maintenance and together with educating our partners and their employees to maintain them further. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Odi.
Thank you. Kazakhstan has really made important investment in ICT development and also in e-government. We have also been putting in place reforms to provide services online. Most services in Rwanda are provided online, but I've heard that in Kazakhstan they went beyond. Actually, they have an app that you can have all kind of services. 90% of the services are given online. So we signed actually 2 days ago in our official visit of President Kagame here to Kazakhstan, an MOU on ICT cooperation, and we believe that it is important. And we are also negotiating another one on a space cooperation. He talked about space agency that we visited also, and we believe that this digital transformation, the services online, e-government, are also the way to go in the cooperation between Kazakhstan and African countries, and we are really interested in pursuing this kind of cooperation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. So now that links me directly to the King of Ife, with Nigeria, the biggest, the most populated country in the continent. Nigeria is known for its agro-fintech forum, AI project, trade, logistics. His Majesty, how do you see us engaging youth into this context, and also cultural leaders in the alliance that we're trying to create with Kazakhstan? And I want to add that Kazakhstan also has the tradition of tolerance, because you have many ethnic groups that have been living together in peace and harmony. So that's an example as well that I see personally for my long-standing relationship with them. And then I wanted to see your take on that.
Thank you very much, Moderator. We in Nigeria, particularly the entire continent of Africa, culture and tradition is our way of life. Over the last 10,000 years, it's been very difficult for us to do away with who we are. Even during transatlantic slave trade, culture survived it all. Our tradition survived it all. So it's in tune with who we are as a continent, and a focal point to us in Nigeria. Nigeria being the most populous nation in the entire continent. If you look at the trade in terms of global trade and also our GDP as a continent, the entire African continent has close to $3 trillion in GDP, and our purchasing power parity is close to $11 trillion. So my point is, if you look at the potential that is actually inherent to all of us in Africa, every other continent and country will actually look at the bride. We are the bride in terms of the future bride. We are the future. There is no gainsaying about it. Africa is the continent that should be the focal point for every country and also continent. So for Kazakhstan to be looking at how to quickly latch onto that opportunity, I think it's a welcome development. It's also a welcome development for us in Nigeria, because in terms of our trade across the entire continent, Nigeria takes up to like 30%, between 25 and 30% of the entire trade across board in the entire continent. And we are still scratching the surface, because if you look at human and material resources, we have that capacity, we have the potential. An average age in Nigeria is 19 years old, and a population of close to 250 million people. And you can see we are going to be the third most populous nation in another 20 to 30 years. We will come after China, India. We will be the third. It's based on projection. So you can see the capacity therein for Nigeria, not to even talk of the entire continent of Africa. We are all growing in a very geometric progression. So what is critical for us is we are very peculiar in the way we do our things, and we're very similar. At some point, as a continent, we didn't have more than about 7 to 8 nations concerning the entire global space of the continent. But we've been fragmented to about 55 countries right now. But what is key is the bedrock of our tradition, which is in tune with our way of life, the bedrock of our culture, which is common to every corner in the continent, and also what we need to offer the entire globe. The future beckons on Africa. I'll give you a good example of coal. Coal, about 100 years ago, a nation that is trying to develop their industrial base can't do without coal. But look at it now today, we're not actually talking more about coal. In another 50, 30 years, it's going to fizzle out. Even the fossil fuel that over the last 60, 70 years has been very popular globally will naturally fizzle out. And we will focus on green energy. We'll focus on how to get a lot of things better. Africa is the main material resource, the main supplier of green energy. Every corner in Africa has the best lithium in the world, and that's where you can get green energy. There's nothing you can use to power green energy other than such initiative. So for us in Africa, it's well positioned for us. It's still a growing economy for all of us, especially Nigeria, and the potentials are so enormous. So I will implore the entire Kazakhstan as a country to be very bullish and be very serious about this, so that it won't be like a talk show. We'll come to Astana International Forum every year, but the follow-up is very critical, and that's the advice that I'm going to give. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Majesty. I think talking about green energy, I think and then you mentioned lithium. And then basically what you're pointing out is that what is critical today, or what was critical yesterday, might not be tomorrow. And then we are living in a changing world. And yet you talk about energy, but we have 640 million Africans that lack access to electricity, which is a major barrier to human and economic development. And yet in Kazakhstan has committed already to carbon neutrality by 2060, aims to reach 15% renewable in its electricity production by 2030 already. So there's room for those two, and as you say, Kazakhstan to be bullish about investing or in its partnership with Africa. And then I take that, and then I want to ask the audience if you have a point to make, because I mentioned youth, and then I mentioned youth involvement in all what we talk about. If there is a question or a comment from the audience, I'll appreciate. Yeah? Why don't you get up so that people can hear?
I'm in Nigeria, president of the Nazareth University. So one of the key to this frontiers and cooperation is exchange of know-how in terms of research and also faculty. One of the key. One of the keys to unlocking these potentials is exchange of manpower between the two continents. So, the Minister from the Kazakhstan side is speaking about the embassies between the two continents. You can see that presently, Kazakhstan has barely 4 or 5 embassies in Africa. 2 in Northern Africa, none in West Africa, none in Central Africa, and then 1 in South Africa. So, if these corporations is going to work very well, there is need for for more embassies to be established in our continent. Like Nigeria, I'm from Nigeria. Before coming here, I have to travel to Egypt to get my visa. And that's been a challenge. So then secondly, in terms of digital cooperation, one of the biggest network in Nigeria being MTN, if you come here, you can't roam. So it's also another problem to business and everyone. So I believe that this forum will be a good place to address these issues. Thank you.
No, thank you. Before I give the panel to react, I wanted to say, when you talk about youth, that's basically what it is, connectivity. He has to travel to Egypt to get a visa. But I think if what I've heard from the Kazakh-Rwanda cooperation, there is this aspect as well and going visa-free, at least for those who have a certain type of passport. And that's important. I wanted to also mention, as an example, Rwanda is one of the few countries in Africa where Africans do not need visa. You just get in the plane and then you land there, they give you access for a few months. I wish the world was like that, where we can travel freely and then do business in the best way possible, and then elevate a little bit the level of trust, because I think it's a deficit of trust that makes visa issue quite cumbersome. So, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
So the issue that you raised is absolutely correct. This is our job of diplomats to easy the way our travelers, and especially businessmen, starting from the diplomats, of course, be traveling between our two countries. If we take into account Nigeria and Kazakhstan, yes, we do not have embassies yet, but we're doing it on the African continent step by step. As you mentioned, there are 5 to 6 embassies that are covering, and for example, Nigeria is covered from Algeria, and we have our ambassador of Algeria, and also covering. Norbert, please, yeah, you can get acquainted, and also Nigeria is covering Kazakhstan from Iran, if I'm not mistaken, right? From Iran. Yeah, and this is a step-by-step process. We're already working on that, and also together with other African continents, and with the development of bilateral trade. When there are more commercial interests, of course, we will be doing it more extensively. We know that there are a lot of Nigerian students, entrepreneurs, academics, they're traveling to our country and to the region, and we're ready to help, and we'll be doing that. That is why we're meeting with the MFA, both foreign offices. We'll be meeting at different levels, and also the extension of these relations will be expedited with the arrival of His Royal Majesty King Oifa.
Okay, thank you. What I guess,
if you will allow me also to respond, to add some words. My name is Anwarbek Akhmetov, Ambassador of Kazakhstan in Algeria, but I'm covering cooperation with Nigeria. Such honor. And as Deputy Foreign Minister explained, we are planning to do this and to ease technically our relations. And this is also the movement in 2 ways. We expect the same cooperation from Nigerian side. We also visited Nigeria in February, and we know that it is not also so easy to get access to Nigeria. So as a diplomats here, we have Ambassador of Nigeria in Iran, who is covering Kazakhstan. We will make our maximum to ease these relations and to make as much as possible free regime with the certain passports step by step in this way.
Thank you. So what I wanted to say, even those who haven't had their question can react to, if you have comment with regard both, I'm talking about, of course, Mr. Igor Ishikovic, and then my brother from Morocco, Driss Benoman. If you have a comment on what the audience is asking, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just waiting to see what the protocol was here, having not yet been brought to the fore. My foundation has the privilege of running the Pan-African Youth Survey every year. And I'm really very encouraged to see, His Majesty, your shout out for the youth of Africa. Very little known fact, but one of Africa's greatest and most important assets is our youth and the human capital that comes with it. And in the time I've been working in Kazakhstan and invested in Kazakhstan, I've seen that Kazakhstan's greatest asset is in fact its youth and the human capital that comes with it. And the connectivity that you talk about is everything. You know, in the last survey, we asked the African youth what they considered to be a basic human right. And in most places in the world, it would be water, it would be electricity, it would be access to a subway. In Africa, it's only one thing, and that is connectivity, low-cost data, and the ability to move. And Kazakhstan seems to have got that right. We've got to get that right in Africa, and I really think that we need to take serious note of the fact that the one thing that will get our youth into the streets is denying them access to connectivity.
Thank you. Mr. Benuma, do you have a comment?
Yes, I guess. Thank you, everyone. I have a comment. I think, by listening off of my colleague here and the floor, I don't know if they realize that 54 countries to do business with is quite difficult. Each country is very different. As you know, we are 54. There is 5 sub-regions in Africa. Each sub-region is very different. And I don't think there is a way of doing business with Africa. I think as we move along, and that will be my next pitch, is that each country is different and we need to have a different approach for different countries.
Thank you. Since I have two of you commenting, my next question was coming to you guys. I think you mentioned connectivity, okay? I was coming to ask you about what type of industry, but before we get there, since we talk about connectivity, sometimes for an African to go to Morocco or South Africa, you have to do 2 steps before you reach there, or even go to Europe before you come to Africa. What are you guys' take on this in terms of transport, logistics, and then you are an investor? Why don't you go that direction?
Thank you. Yes, for me to come from Casablanca to Astana, I had to stop in Istanbul. But there is many different ways. But anyway, there is no direct flight. But I had the privilege to have a dinner with my ambassador 2 days ago. And I think that we are working very hard to have a direct flight between Casablanca and Astana. And I think that connectivity is, of course, one of the best ways to improve and to develop a business between African countries and Africa, and Astana, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
For me to get from Johannesburg to Lomé takes me 3 flights. Or I have to go through Paris. I love Paris, but I don't want to go there to get to Lomé.
Exactly.
Now, connectivity today, in my mind, is a different discussion completely, because connectivity isn't about only moving people. It's about giving people access to the global community electronically, physically, and through the movement of goods. Now, China got this right with the Belt and Road strategy, and nobody else in the world has got this yet. He who owns the infrastructure to move information, he who owns the infrastructure to move goods, and he who owns the infrastructure to move people rule the world. And I think that this is a universal problem, and we have to solve it on the continent first. It is a disgrace. In fact, it is disgusting that Rwanda is the only country that I'm aware of in Africa that gives complete free access to every African. We're fooling ourselves as Africans to believe that if we can't sort out our own movement internally, that we're ever going to sort out our movement internationally.
Thank you. And I wanted to just add on to that point that Rwanda is the only country. I remember when I tell people that I go to Rwanda freely, but I don't have free access because I work closely with the government. But anyone can take his flight the day before and then land in Kigali and then have free access. It makes life easy. But what makes it easy in Rwanda to give free access to all, at least in the continent? I can talk about that. It's the discipline, the leadership, and the way things can be controlled in a manner that whoever comes in knows what is there for and cannot divert from that. It means that we have to tap into governance. That could be a different topic, and then we can get to that at a certain point. And when you talk about connectivity, the same way our young brother from Nigeria says at the Nazarbayev school here, we need to give opportunity for people in the continent to move freely and then to be able to go and learn somewhere else. We have, since we talk about governance, we have the African School of Governance that is opening in Kigali. And I think that's something that we can tap and see how Kazakhstan can help in that direction too. So any comment from what has just been said? Minister Olivier, you have a... Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, since 2018, any citizens of the world from any country can take a plane and come to Rwanda and get visa on arrival. And then we have made exceptions for African countries, so they don't need visa at all. And also other two organizations that we are a member in, like the Francophonie and Commonwealth. And beyond that, we have signed bilateral agreements to exempt visa for certain category of passport, including Kazakhstan. We have signed last September a visa waiver agreement on diplomatic and official passport. Maybe the next step will be the ordinary passport. But to be fair, I think Rwanda is not the only country to exempt visa for Africa. I think there are two others, if I'm not mistaken. I think there is Ghana and another one. We are three countries on the continent. Yes, but we are talking about this for a long time. I think it's time to implement. It's a challenge to see that it's difficult to travel within the continent, to be compelled to have visas or to go through Europe to come back. So I think, at least on the continent, I think we can also do our homework and ensure that there is free movement of people on the continent. And then we'll talk about the connectivity in terms of airlines and a kind of connectivity at a later stage. But at least free movement of people is important on our continent.
Thank you, Minister Olivier. I think good as well that you mentioned that there are two other countries as well.
Yes.
I think we should give
Thank
it
you.
out upload for that. It could be such
Thank
and
you.
say, I'm the only one. So now, my two questions to both Igor Ishikovic and then our brother Dris Benoma. So I'll give two questions and then you can react on that. First is, which industries and technology have the most potential for bilateral ventures? And then the second question, what strategic levers can anchor a geo-economic partnership between Africa, Kazakhstan, and Morocco as well, bearing in mind that Morocco does a lot of, internal Africa business and industry development. So those are the two questions for you too.
All right, thank you. I will start, Igor. I think by analyzing everything that Kazakhstan is doing and talking about oil and gas, about industry, about agriculture, IT, I think that those are the activities that, if you look at African countries, I think those activities match perfectly of what African countries also need. I mean, all countries in Africa are in mining. I mean, we have a lot of minings, a lot of oil and gas. Agriculture is very important. And I think I see direct link of bilateral cooperation on those activities between Kazakhstan and some African countries. And I think it can also go both ways, because what I'm hearing since we started is that what Kazakhstan can do for African, but there is a lot of goods and a lot of activities that African countries does that can also get to the Kazakhstan market and that we can do business with. And I think this is very important to have in mind, that the cooperation should be both ways, not only Kazakhstan, Africa, but also Africa to Kazakhstan. And I think that business, the way to do business, and I think the best way, and I'm a businessman, I'm traveling in Africa almost every month, is that I see Chamber of Commerce doing a good job, and I think they should be implemented in sub-regional or maybe in countries in order to be there, because Africa needs to see people almost every day. And they need to be in the countries in order to be able to develop activities. Very difficult to develop activities between some countries in Africa and Kazakhstan when we know all the problem of connectivity between the two regions. So I think that by being local in Africa, in some countries, that's the best chance for Kazakhstan to do business in Africa, and the similar for African countries to do business in Kazakhstan. We have to be here.
Thank you. So, I think, sorry? You wanted to say?
Yes, just one thing. I had time to check, actually. We have 5 African countries.
Yeah, 5. Okay.
5 with the Gambia, Seychelles, Benin, and Ghana.
Okay.
Visa-free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that. I feel a little bit better, but I still think it's shocking.
So,
You know, I had the privilege of coming to Astana 20 years ago, and I walked onto the step. The wind was howling. I saw the plans for this incredible city, and to be honest, I thought this is a dream from Disney World. And here we stand 20 plus years later and look at this miracle, and this is, for me, remarkable because it's a lesson for every country in Africa. A country that has decisive leadership, that has a plan, that has tremendous hardships, can achieve what Kazakhstan has achieved. It means that every single country in Africa, even those with the worst circumstances, the worst conditions, and the worst histories, can achieve exactly the same thing. 12 years ago, we came here after when Kazakhstan decided that they wanted to create a sovereign defense industrial capability. And after approaching the whole world to participate, I think we were the last people that hadn't said no. And we arrived here with this stupid idea that we were actually bringing real competence to Kazakhstan that they couldn't have created without us. And I've had the most remarkable experience in this country, which again is a lesson for Africa. We did bring very sophisticated defense industrial capacity into this country. I had intended to bring 50 expatriates, leave them here for 3 years, train a Kazakh workforce, and hopefully make a little bit of money in the process. Well, what I experienced was exactly the opposite. We opened our factory with 1 expatriate. That 1 expatriate left after 3 months saying there was nothing for him to do and nothing more to teach the locals. That factory exists now 12 years later, producing some of the finest advanced defense equipment in the world, produced right here in Kazakhstan. So, again, a lesson for the African continent. If Kazakhstan can have had the foresight to develop its own defense industrial capability 12 years ago, here we are in a world where sovereign capacity is critical, and the only countries in Africa that produce their own defense equipment probably limited to 5 or 6. So there is huge scope for collaboration between the two countries. But that scope isn't just about industries. It's about learning from each other in the most fundamental areas that are critical to our survival. We're in a world right now that is becoming severely polarized. Kazakhstan sits in the center of hostile neighbors. Neighbors that are hostile to each other, neighbors that are hostile internally, and Kazakhstan leads the way in showing how you can be friends with everybody. Now, the late Nelson Mandela took the White House on early in his presidency and explained to Bill Clinton that he had absolutely no right to tell Nelson Mandela who his friends should be. And when Africa understood that its real value was to be non-aligned, was to be friends with everybody, was to trade with everybody, was to cooperate with everybody, then Africa had huge power. And today we're in a world where in order to trade with people, you have to choose a side. It's no longer optional, it's now essential. Kazakhstan's superpower is the fact that it remains independent. It's a sovereign with a plan. It's a sovereign that doesn't allow others to beneficiate its raw materials. it's a sovereign that sees and understands its geopolitical role in the global environment. And you know what? Africa is in exactly the same place right now. Africa isn't rising. Africa has risen. Kazakhstan wasn't rising. Kazakhstan is risen. And the truth is that it's countries like Kazakhstan and continents like Africa that are going to lead the world. And we have to join hands now. We have to learn from Kazakhstan's experience. We have to send our students to come and learn diplomacy here. We need to bring Kazakhs to come and learn about what we're doing right in Africa. And we need to forge a very, very strong political partnership, geopolitical partnership, commercial partnership, and solve all of the challenges in the middle.
Thank you. Thank you, Igor. I can't agree more with you because I've also visited Kazakhstan the first time in the years early 2000, 2003, for a different reason, for nuclear test monitoring. You have to remember that this is a country that has suffered the most nuclear test explosion on the planet. And yet, they came out like a phoenix and then built this country the way we see it. I've seen Astana. There was nothing in Astana 20 years ago. When I say nothing, hardly anything. But I think they've built this country because of the discipline, the harmony, the tolerance that we experience with the different ethnic groups in this country. And I think as an example, I think Africa has a lot to cooperate with Kazakhstan in that respect and then try to build the continent the best possible because the future is Africa. The same way the future has been Asia many years ago and Central Asia, I think the future is Africa. And then I want to call upon all of you, as he said, to start this cooperation on education. Education, education, education. We hear people talking about democracy, 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 but if you don't have educated people, how can you can have a democracy in your country? You have to educate people to know how to choose between two things, to know what is good and what is bad. I think that leads me to now asking if the audience has a point, because we're getting close to the end, and then I want to end sharp. So is there any question or comment? Yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Kehinde Adeni. I work with the organization, the King Imperial Majesty, the organization to promote trade between Nigeria and Kazakhstan. We've been talking about connections and connecting and so on. A major issue to trade between Nigeria especially and Kazakhstan is actually the logistics, especially of shipping. We've talked about connections, we've talked about, flight. If you are coming here, you may have to stay like a whole day in Turkey before getting here. But the major bane so far has been, shipping between Kazakhstan and Nigeria especially. One we want to encourage, especially Kazakhstan, being a bit, landlocked, to build some sort of a mega infrastructure, would be like railway linking countries, also super dredging of seas and all that. So while encouraging this, I would want to ask, are there plans towards this? We found a product in Kazakhstan that we wanted to buy to Nigeria. The product was $200 per ton, FOB, and the shipping alone was $350 per ton. So what is Kazakhstan doing in these super infrastructures to further open up the country, especially in Ghana?
So, Deputy Minister,
Yes, that's a very crucial question for us, since we are the largest landlocked country in the world, and in the whole region we have Central Asian countries, Caucasus, all are landlocked. Of course, for us it's a big challenge from one side, and at the same time it's also a big opportunity for us, and we're developing the middle corridor as an alternative route, but at the same time, of course, we're using our traditional route through Russia and then to Europe. At the same time, we're developing the route through China, and at the same time through Iran. What we're doing is we are purchasing and developing ports, seaports. We have one in Xi'an, one in Liujiang in China, and also one in the Black Sea in Georgia. And we also are thinking about developing ports on the African continent. Of course, this will be our shared assets and to give us additional opportunities. But of course, it needs more and more investment. That's why it's our this headache. This is the some alternative routes that should have been developed many years ago. But the reality that we are having, and not only with the geopolitical situation, but also at the same time with new opportunities that we are seeing in Africa and other continents, is to, so to say, to bore additional routes through new countries. And the main one that we are having now, and we're developing and heavily investing in it, is through the Caspian Sea, the middle corridor. And you mentioned the dredging works. We're doing those. So we are developing the vessels fleet. At the same time, we're developing also air cargo. What you have mentioned, of course, this is quite an expensive thing to export, right, with such kind of tariffs. That is why we need to make it more commercial, to have deeper and deeper ties, to have to raise the bilateral turnout in order for us to economize. And I think we will settle that. I've been talking to our Minister of Transport several times, and he's saying, for example, if there is a grain package or something, so at the moment we should settle it, by individual case, and later, of course, we will be doing that systematically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked defense, IT, transport. I wanted to get you guys' feedback on food security. Yesterday, during the plenary, you've heard that came as an important topic, bearing in mind that not only the fact that Africa imports 35 billion, I say 35 billion in food annually, projected to reach over 100 billion by 2026-7 already, without transformation. So I know Igor and then Benabou Driss from the Patronat du Maroc. You are in the industry field, and then you've heard the difficulty that you will buy something 200 in Kazakhstan, and then you have to transport it 300, more than the price you bought it. So what are you guys' take on it? Not only the two of you, but I want everyone to comment on that before we ask the audience their feedback as well.
So we've spoken about the distance between Kazakhstan and Africa as being a challenge and a hindrance, and there are a lot of people that are saying, why are we even having this conversation? The distances are so huge. But the world is so connected today that one of the biggest catastrophes of the Russia-Ukraine conflict actually could have been Africa. The food security crisis that was about to be created by the Black Sea grain and fertilizer blockade could have caused a famine in Africa that could have lost us 5 million lives. So here is a conflict on the other end of the world that could have impacted millions of Africans. And food security today is in fact the African continent's single biggest challenge, because with the most fertile land, with the abundance of land and the abundance of labor, we still can't feed ourselves. And my comment to this is that the world needs to pay attention to food security in both directions. And at the moment, I was very privileged to have been part of the initiative that got 10 African heads of state to go and engage on a conflict that actually had nothing to do with Africa, but in the interests of Africa. And that was a very proud moment for Africa, because it just goes to show that finally as a continent we found our voice. Now, how does that relate to Kazakhstan? It relates to Kazakhstan because Kazakhstan has huge resources to be able to help in reverse food security. Africa should be investing in the development of agricultural capacity domestically and investing in agricultural capacity in different climate zones. And by reverse investing in each other's economies and each other's agricultural sectors, we will solve the food security issues for the world. A lot has come out of the recent geopolitical issues. We need to learn from them and fix them.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, Igor. I will add something, and I'm totally agree with you, Igor, that Africa should be self-sufficient by itself. I mean, like you said, Igor, we have about 60% of the land that should be used in the world is in Africa. We have the land, we have the water, and we have, of course, the manpower to do it. What we can gain from Kazakhstan, actually, is their know-how on making safe food security here in Kazakhstan, and to have the similar program in some of the African countries. I think this is something that can be done quite quickly. It's a cooperation between countries and Kazakhstan, and this is one step that will be very interesting and that African countries will really look at and really enjoy this kind of partnership. And if I can add, one of the Moroccan biggest companies, OCP, is the biggest producer and exporter of phosphate, and is also the biggest exporter of fertilizer. And they export almost all over Africa already. And things are going quite well on those kind of activities.
Olivier?
Thank you. The issue of the food security is critical for the continent. Actually, Africa should be self-sufficient. As it was said, 65% of the world non-exploited arable land is in Africa. But still, we still have challenges. Of course, we have issues of water scarcity, of climate change, conflicts. But we're also affected by conflict in Ukraine and also COVID. But I believe that our partnership with Kazakhstan should also focus on agriculture, because this is a vast country with rich soil, producer of wheat and grains. I believe that more cooperation and how to link agriculture with the industry, agro-processing, can also be important for Africa's food security. So this is why we as Rwanda, we are really interested in cooperation in agriculture sector with Kazakhstan. We have signed also actually an agreement with Kazakhstan to cooperate in that area, because we believe that it can be fruitful.
Food security is a very fundamental topic that actually has been affecting us in Africa for a very long time. But are we going to continue to talk about the white elephant and not look for solution? For me, as a traditional ruler, it's very important for us back at home to actually practice what we preach. We're not very patriotic about what we do in our continent, and it has actually affected us along the line. And we will take example from what is happening in Kazakhstan right now, and what one of the panelists mentioned concerning the issue of Iran-Ukraine crisis, which could have actually affected us so much in Africa. So we need to look inwardly. A typical example in Nigeria, we are the largest producer of cassava in the world, and yet we are even the largest consumer of the same products. And that same product is needed globally. So we need to look for how to do expansion for it in terms of capacity building. So for us, we are looking at a lot of reciprocity program between Kazakhstan and Nigeria, because of us to blend further the wheat and cassava in order to get a very good and healthy flour from cassava, and also a healthy flour from wheat, for us to actually have a very good living standard. And that is what we're working on in our two different countries. And also, it's going to spread across the entire continent. We need to be very patriotic in what we plant and what we eat and what we produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are 1 minute to the end of this session. I was tempted to ask one comment. If there's a comment from a lady, I will be polite enough to. Is there a lady who wants to comment or ask a question? If not, I want to say something. I want to first apologize because there is no women on the panel. I'm an international, here's a woman making me proud. How about you asking the question? You're the only one who can allow us to go beyond one. Yeah.
Can I use the services of a translator? Good day.
Здравствуйте.
Good day. My name is Shakataeva Asan. I'm a representative of agriculture of Jambil region in Kazakhstan, and I heard that we have cooperation with Africa, and I would like to know in detail about this cooperation and how our region can be the participant of this cooperation. Thank you.
Давайте я попробую ответить на ваш вопрос.
Let me answer your question. I am not sure that our colleagues know about Jambil region. We are looking at the expert from the country and the enterprises in the agriculture, particularly in Jambil region. They also can be exported to the African continent. For example, a month ago, you opened a production on the corn processing. They are doing for themselves, Chinese company, but if we're expanding this manufacturing, we can expand our markets. That's why if we're talking about corn or any other grains, the Ministry of Agriculture providing more lands can expand the project and the production, cultivation. It also is the same for animal husbandry, etc. Dairy production. So we have a lot of opportunities, and the first issue that we need to work on is logistics. And whom do we need to talk with to have this opportunity to cooperate with African countries? In Jambil region, we have a lot of lands that cultivate grains. Yes, we need to talk with Castrate. You can have contacts from DR. Thank you very much.
Can't afford not to have a woman asking a question. So, so there's a second lady who want to talk. The microphone, please. The microphone. So very quick on the answer.
I'll try to be very quick. Yeah. My name is Makbal Bulatov. I'm representing Islamic Organization for Food Security. And regarding this question, I wish to inform that we are working in the domain of agriculture and food security, and we serve 56 OIC member countries, and Nigeria is our member country. So if you wish to cooperate with the African countries in terms of agriculture, you're open to collaborate with you. It's the answer addressed to this recent question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I think that wasn't a question. So I was tempted to ask you guys in 30 seconds if you have any additional point to contribute to. If not, I see Mr. Benamor.
I will have one last comment on on my presence here. Morocco signed yesterday an agreement with the International Chamber of Commerce of Kazakhstan to open discussion and business between the two countries. So I think for us it's a very interesting and very nice development on our side and of course on the Kazakhstan. And I just wanted to let the audience know that we are already starting the cooperation between the two countries.
Thank you so much. So what I was saying before ending was that as an international gender champion, I apologize for not having a woman on the panel, but we did try. There was one that was supposed to join us, but last minute we couldn't. So normally I'm not allowed to be in a male-only panel, so my sincere apologies. And I want to call upon you to give a big round of applause to panel members.
Thank you. Welcome. Early.
sent me into heaven. Thank you, amazing.
Great pleasure to meet you. Ibrahim from South Africa, National Director of Pan-African So even though we have offices that are from South Africa, we really see ourselves in Africa, but really I think, these are really congratulations. Phenomenal increase. It's constantly about that is strategic, and I think we don't have strategic and leadership to the and I think the one that would be purposely and Nothing. I think the first thing that you is cross-border discussion. Fantastic.
which is the new infrastructure project for Kazakhstan, or whether it's Baravoy resort, Burabay resort area, or even here in Astana, we have a innovation ecosystem which is being very organically developed, the Expo territory, where we are now. And several weeks ago, we have taken a decision in the government to transfer the whole territory of Expo under our ministry in order to convert the Expo territory to an exponential cluster. Because there is a mix of various companies which are sitting here, but the innovative ecosystems like Astana Hub, AIFC, Digital Ministry, our GovTech company, the Astana IT University, and the project that will be launched this year, Alem AI, which is the International AI Center. So those projects, they are strengthening the innovative ecosystem. But I think that we should be putting much efforts to bring here medtech, agri-tech, drone tech, cyber arena, game dev center, so in order to make this innovative ecosystem more resilient. Therefore, I believe with such pilot projects like crypto zones, crypto cities, we have to be kind of proactive if we want to lead that, at least in the region.
Thank you. Sounds very promising. So, I'm now turning to Binur Zhalenov, who is representing National Bank. So one of the most advanced rollouts of the National Bank has been digital tenge. And if I'm not mistaken, over 255 billion digital tenge is already in circulation. So what real-world benefits is it already delivering, and what use cases have the greatest potential? How will CBDCs impact traditional monetary policy?
Thank you for the question, and hi everyone. My name is Binur. I represent the Central Bank, the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Before I delve into the answering your question, when Minister Madiyev told about crypto being a legal tender, well, as a representative of Central Bank, we can start like almost religious debate about whether crypto might be a legal tender or not. but of course, our position overall as a Central Bank is much more liberal than it used to be. We fully support the idea of liberalization of this market. We do believe that we have to switch as many consumers as possible from gray or dark area to regulated white area, and now we work in collaboration with Ministry of Digital Development and other regulators to build this ecosystem together, regulated ecosystem. As for your question for central bank digital currency, so we initiated the project in the end of 2022 when the president stated an executive order to roll out the project itself. In 2023, we conducted a first transaction in digital tenge in cooperation with our partners, including Visa, for example. And last year, we mostly focused on the use cases related to public finance, public spending. The idea is that the programmability of digital tenge allows us to, in integration with quite mature GovTech, allows us to increase efficiency of public spending and transparency of public spending. We also experiment with cross-border settlement in CBDC. At the moment, we have 2 ongoing bilateral projects with a couple of central banks and hope to scale soon. As for the real-world use cases, I can state several ones. The first is related to use of digital tenge in public procurement. The idea is that we sort of earmark every token of digital tenge and can trace it till the end supplier. The idea is that we then have a transparent supply chain across public spending, which by definition minimizes the corruption or other activity. Of course, we stick to balanced approach because we don't want to earmark every token or money in ecosystem that's strictly related to public spending, and this earmarking is automatically sort of gone when the money is spent to the reason it's supposed to spend. The second use case is essentially escrow. When something happens, the money is sent from one wallet to another. And this escrow also enables many use cases across public finances. We're now integrating with social wallet. The idea is that Kazakhstan is a socially oriented country, so there is a lot of different kind of social aid. And as a government, we want this social aid to be effective, transparent, and addressed. And again, escrow technology in combination with GovTech helps us to do so. We're also integrating with fiscal organs like Ministry of Finances, Treasury, in order to enable more efficient government revenue, essentially. Last year we launched the pilot project for VAT reimbursement. Previously, the exporters, they have right to redeem a certain amount of VAT, and it took around 75 business days. Now we decreased that to almost online. And many use cases. In April, we met with the Prime Minister and decided to scale use of digital tenge across the public finance. Now, in close collaboration with Ministry of Digital Development, we are developing a roadmap and will scale it. And as for the monetary policies, there is no empirical evidence that the impact will be positive or negative, because essentially we're just changing the structure of money, and nothing bad is going to happen. But there is a potential risk of bank run when liquidity runs from the deposits, for example, to the balance sheet of the central bank in digital tenge. But we have control mechanisms for that, and we do not see a practical evidence again of this situation.
And will natural persons have access to digital tenge, or it's only available to banks?
Right. So we tested, for example, in 2023, retail CBDC, when the person have ability to open account through a banking application and connect a card, for example, Visa. But now we're focusing mostly on the G2B or B2B use cases, because there is much more practical value over there. So as a platform, this functionality can be enabled. But in terms of value from practical use case, we see more value in these public spending use cases. So that's why now we're focusing mostly on this type of activities.
At the recent press briefing, National Bank announced new initiatives related to establishment of fiat to crypto and vice versa exchange offices as an important step towards expanding access to regulated crypto market. And also, National Bank continues to operate a regulatory sandbox to test innovative financial products. So could you share more details on these proposed developments, and how will the regulatory sandbox be structured going forward? What scenarios are currently being explored?
Right. Yeah, thank you for the question. Again, our stance that we should look at this entire crypto activity as an ecosystem, not just like selected activities of having new licensing regime or whatever. So we now, in close cooperation again with the government, analyze how this regulatory framework should look like. And we're starting from a new taxonomy, because at the moment, as you might know, there are from legal standpoint, there are two types of assets, digital assets in Kazakhstan, backed and unbacked. The idea is to make this taxonomy a little bit more complex and complicated. So they're going to be, if we're talking in MiCA terms, utility tokens or unbacked tokens like crypto or stable coins issued somewhere in the US, for example, USDT, and three types of backed tokens. We're going to introduce licensing regime for stable coins backed by national currency. We are going to introduce licensing regime for digital financial assets. Essentially, it's a digital assets backed by financial assets, for example, bond or security. And third type is like natively tokenized financial asset, when originally the financial asset is issued using the tokenization platform. And for all of these types of digital assets, we're going to develop the entire regulatory ecosystem. It's stakeholders, players, infrastructure, requirements to issuers, requirements to investors, investor qualification, limits, etc., etc., etc. So all of that is being done now. We hope to introduce this within the draft of a new banking law. Some of the amendments already in Parliament. These amendments are mostly related to tactical steps, but for long-term steps, we're going to introduce these kind of changes in the new banking law. Again, what is important? In crypto ecosystem, what is important is fine-tuning, right? Because more or less the regulatory framework is similar across different countries. What really is different is limits, investor qualification, and other things. Because fundamentally, central bank can regulate only crypto to fiat and fiat to crypto rails. Because once liquidity is in crypto, you can, well, you have KYC, but you have no control of that, right? And the idea is how to fine-tune this. In order to develop our own capacity and make a proper fine-tuning, we decided to launch a regulatory sandbox. Within the regulatory sandbox, we already have around 5 to 6 applications, both from real-world assets side and crypto side. In terms of crypto, we're going to help several companies to launch their stablecoins backed by national currency. The use case for these stablecoins are fairly straightforward, on-ramp, off-ramp transactions, and potentially there is great potential for cross-border use cases, regional cross-border use cases, I believe. The second set of scenarios is related to tokenization of real estate, for example. Then we also working with one company that is going to tokenize a debt market. There is some potential for settlement in stable coins for traditional financial sector, which we discuss with Visa, for example. So many cases, we expect around 10 to 15 use cases of tokenized ecosystem by the end of this year. And we hope that this experience will help us to further fine-tune this regulation so that we have a balanced approach. Our stance is quite pragmatic. We, as a central bank, our key mandate is macro-financial stability. We're not going to block innovation just for the sake of blocking innovation. But we still will be cautious because in the end of the day, we have to keep our monetary sovereignty. And when we're talking about, for example, making USDT or other stable coins a legal tender, that means essentially that we're making dollar a legal tender within our jurisdiction. So we have to be cautious about potential implications, how to work with that. But again, we're going to be much more liberal and pro-innovative. And hopefully together with Minister Madiev and his team, we're going to make Kazakhstan a key crypto destination, at least in our region.
Don't forget AIF. Okay, we heard the regulators. Now let's switch to industry players. And my question to Sanjar. Visa operates one of the world's most extensive payment networks, spanning over 200 countries. In Kazakhstan, how has Visa approached the integration of traditional payment infrastructure with emerging digital asset ecosystem? And yeah, we would love to hear about your standout projects, partnerships, and how that helped that evolution.
Thank you, Evgenia. Once again, first of all, thank you everyone who joined today's session. I think we had a great examples both from ministry and regulator perspective, how we're developing, and from our perspective, I think we covered over the last 2 days talking on different stages that Kazakhstan from cash-rich economy leapfrogged to 90+ cashless economy just in a couple of years. And that's, I think, astonishing results across all of the world. And we're always proud, to give Kazakhstan and whole Central Asia as a real example how you can do the basically from simple things to complex one in easy way if you jointly work hand in hand with the regulator and all ministries. So again, the secret sauce probably in Kazakhstan is that we have this strong bonding and relationship between private and public sector. And we, as Binur already mentioned, we've been so proud in 2023 to launch CBDC-linked Visa cards, and we launched them with a couple of banks. So that was actually outstanding project from the perspective that we really test piloted with the blessing of all the stakeholders, I mean the private one and public one, where the users, everywhere can pay with Visa cards in more than 200 countries using the CBDC, so digital tenge. So this was one of the kind project, and again, we're working closely with National Bank, seeing how we could expand the new use cases. Again, I see a lot of potential how we can tackle the financial inclusion, let's say how people and students can pay this, using, let's say, CBDC link, like social card for the lunches that could basically will help them, spend the money where it should supposed to be, and not making the life not complicated. As for the visa perspective, again, we announcing probably each couple of quarters, months, new products that we want to bring on the markets, and we will test in the nearest future a lot of new technologies, like Binur said, we want to test settlement and different stable coins that will help, again, to make the transaction more faster, more transparent, and again, to bring the Kazakhstan on forefront. The second, another topic that we have the parallel, I think, discussions is, we call it the Visa Tokenized Asset Platform. So we already piloted that in Hong Kong and now in Qatar, and we want to bring on other markets as well, is that a technology that allow you to transfer your money, let's say deposits, from one bank to another, 24/7, 365, with better flexibility, better transparency, and of course, much better economics. That, of course, all trusted from the security and fraud monitoring from the Visa perspective. And last not the least, again, the word tokenization, I think super familiar to all of you. You will use Apple Pay, Google Pay on daily basis. And for us, tokenization not only about the payments, it's actually how we can help to tokenize assets, how we can help tokenize other financial instruments. And again, with the discussion that we heard yesterday from President Tokayev regarding the establishing the crypto city, we are the company, super will be helpful here, to build this infrastructure. We have a lot of experience, and again, it will be a great example, not only on regional level, but globally, how we can bond both public and private, I could say, good manner, to make sure that we are doing the right things on the markets. Thank you.
Thank you. So you mentioned security, and security and cybersecurity is quite important as digital payment landscape evolves, and we are facing basically end user facing new threats. So what could you share insights on how these advancements are shaping a more secure and resilient payment ecosystem?
Yep, thank you. Yeah, probably cybersecurity and fraud, it's another topic. It's always on our agenda. I mean, we always now talk about AI, and again, we just recently announced that we're heavily investing in new products. We call it Visa Intelligent Commerce, when you easily and could pay with your agentic payments and all using just easy prompts on the internet, using, let's say, ChatGPT or Perplexity. But on the other hand, we want to make sure that, first of all, there is trust, and the second one is security there. So Visa been investing heavily a lot in cybersecurity. I think we invested more than around 12 billion in cybersecurity, and out of that, 3 billion is invested in AI-based fraud monitoring systems. So we help to prevent the fraud when it's not even happened. So we monitor transactions. We know a lot of things about both merchants and the clients, and we can help to prevent the fraud, and we will continue to invest in that direction. Just in December, we announced that we acquired really great company called Featurespace that helps you to monitor the payments and transaction and transfers between people and the businesses across the world in real time, and it will prevent the fraud. So again, I think if you build the infrastructure, top of the mind should be the security and fraud prevention, because if there is no trust, trust is the backbone of every technology. If there is no trust, nobody will use it. So again, we as a company and technology leader in the payment world, we will bring the latest and the best solutions, and we already have discussions both with regulator and other state agencies, how we can bring our forefront technologies to the market. And we're happy to share the best practices both with the general public and the private sector, and together I think we can achieve really good results. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My next question is to Nurhat, representing Binance Kazakhstan. So regulators worldwide, and I refer to IOSCO consultation reports, suggest that exchanges should be supervised and that they should be designed to detect and prevent manipulation, money laundering, and other unfair practices. So we are seeing a growing trend of trading platforms choosing to legalize their operations by obtaining licenses. Why did Binance choose AFC as jurisdiction to expand its business opportunities, and in making conscious decision to operate within regulated environment, how challenging is it for a licensed exchange, given the compliance burden, to compete with shadow market? And what solutions do you see for shifting volumes from shadow market to regulated one?
Yep. Thank you very much for your question. Let me express my gratitude for being here today and to say hello to this audience. Thank you very much. To answer your question, I think I would like to put it in four folds. First, kind of the reason why we're here, kind of second, kind of the licensing path that we took, and the third is your question on kind of regulated versus unregulated. I think this all are very important points. I think first point is that strategic kind of Kazakhstan is a very strategic market for Binance, and especially taking all these developments recently from the president himself, Ministry of Digital, Central Bank, AFC. I think kind of that is a recognition of kind of our first choice, that we were right to choose this jurisdiction. Kind of Binance is a global player, I would say main global player, and I think for us it's important to recognize when the jurisdiction kind of decides to regulate crypto space and to decide to put kind of transparent, adequate, balanced regulation in place. I think we have, as a company, Binance have duty to be there. I think we consider it's our obligation to be part of such environments, part of such jurisdiction, to support it by bringing the technology, investing in infrastructure, building up the local teams, and invest in the human capital locally. So I think from that point of view, it's our need to be here. Also, I think a very important part of that is a dialogue between industry and regulators. AFSA, of course, our main regulator, but also we have kind of other stakeholders across the country. This is financial FIU, Ministry of Digital, Central Bank, and IFRI, and so we interact with all the regulators, and it's important to have very open and transparent dialogue with all the regulators, because I think kind of to put the right balance between innovation and, as Binur said, monetary policy, financial stability, client protection, etc., is a very challenging job. And I think many countries and many jurisdictions are trying to do that now, and not all of them are successful. I would say even opposite, kind of just few of them are successful. And I think Kazakhstan is a very good example on having that right balance track. So that is very important. In terms of the licensing, I think it shouldn't be easy, and it wasn't easy for Binance. It took us kind of a couple of years to go through the pilot project between AFC and central bank. We've been in a regulatory sandbox in the AFC for almost 2 years and kind of demonstrated that we comply with all the regulatory requirements kind of concerning IML, client protection, onboarding practices, kind of market surveillance and protection clients from market manipulations. We kind of certified, and we have several certification on cybersecurity and also kind of data protection and cybersecurity, big and important part. So it was not an easy process, but I think we had a very deliberate and strategic choice to go through that. And the result of today is that Binance has 22 licenses in different jurisdictions. I think that is a huge success for companies as us. I think to address your points on kind of regulated versus unregulated space, I think we need to tackle this issue of unregulated space not only by restrictions, which is important, but it's not enough. I think kind of all the restrictions, all the walls always has the kind of ways around them. I think the main point here is to build and to allow the environment for regulated companies and regulated exchanges that allows them to be much more successful than unregulated companies. So I think kind of what we see today, it's not always there yet, but kind of I think we have a very good progress working on that. That regulated exchange should actually offer more to their clients, offer much more, and then that the clients and the users have kind of natural inclination to actually use regulated exchanges versus non-regulated exchanges. This is, of course, kind of tokens and products, and for us it was also a big part of our local development to kind of launch spot, futures, options, margin, all other kind of very important products that users want to have. It also fiat on-ramp, off-ramp solutions. We do have two, and we're expanding, and I think kind of we need the support across multiple regulators that I mentioned that kind of we could build that, not only for us, but for the whole industry. I think this is a very important part, and when we'll have that, I think that time we will see the natural outflow of users and clients from non-regulated area to the regulated area. Thank you.
Thank you. From your perspective as a leading global exchange, how would you assess the current liquidity and market depth of Kazakhstani digital asset ecosystem, and what key measures could help improve market efficiency and attract more active participation?
I think liquidity is a very, very important part of market efficiency. It's important for all stakeholders. It's important for us as a business. It's important for people and our clients because that, I think, one of the main client protection mechanisms. And it's also important for regulators. I think everyone needs to recognize that liquidity is, I think, one of the main drivers that actually kind of will bring the regulatory outcomes to the practice, to the reality. So if you don't have, or if you have kind of enough liquidity, you have better pricing, because then your spreads are very narrow, and we see it and kind of on the global level that sometimes as a Binance, because of our liquidity, we could bring the spreads to so narrow that people actually cannot see that, because it's so many numbers after the comma. It's important for volatility. So if you have better liquidity, then volatility drops, and I think that also brings a lot of benefits to clients. There are so many examples why it is important for retail and institutional investors, for everyone. I think what we need to do to kind of bring more liquidity, just before I do that, I think we do see the huge potential in Kazakhstan. There is a kind of quite good build-up of the liquidity already, and we see that it's kind of growing steady, and there will be kind of very high volume of liquidity. But to increase it and to actually achieve that goals for everyone, I think we need to, again, be a little bit more liberal on several areas. We need to bring more institutional investors and institutional players to the game, like banks, payment providers, brokers, all should be part of that game. Otherwise, it's kind of traditional against blockchain industry. It shouldn't be that way. It should be all together. And by that, we could bring actually these goals. And it's actually one big point to actually address the issue of unregulated market. We know that the banks is the biggest gateways to the clients. So, and they should stay that way. So the banks and brokers and payment providers need to be allowed to work much closer with the crypto industry. And by doing that, you will bring that liquidity and then satisfy all the goals for retail, institutional clients, us as a business, and regulators. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily, we are very glad to have Solana in Kazakhstan. So what opportunities and challenges does Solana see in Central Asian region, and how can Solana contribute to building local capacity that empowers Kazakhstani market in new Web3 era?
Well, I think that some of the opportunities and challenges, there are some opportunities that are unique to here, but then also some challenges that are new here. But really, what I have been very impressed by, and I'm going to say originally a little bit surprised by, is how forward-thinking Kazakhstan is in embracing digital technology, digital assets, and crypto. Just hearing you speak here and just understanding how the central bank thinks about using digital asset rails to ensure transparency in public spending, and that is light years ahead of myself as an American. We all see the news right now, and we see how people talk about public spending, and there's even an ongoing raging debate as to whether waste, fraud, and abuse is acceptable or not. And so to hear you talk about, of course we should be transparent in public spending, be able to track that while also protecting the privacy of individuals is, I think to a lot of Western countries, actually a fairly mind-blowing thing to hear. Discussed, of course, matter-of-factly. So I think those are some of the opportunities that we see in a place like Kazakhstan, that there is a sort of end-to-end interest, willingness to be innovative, also be pragmatic, but in ways that are also responsible, right? With integrating digital rails, integrating blockchain and the financial infrastructure that comes with that into the range of consumer experiences to even public administration. That is very unique, and I think that's very special. And that's something that I think people here in Kazakhstan should be very proud of. I think that's extremely forward-looking as someone who's spent time in a whole variety of different markets. And as someone who's been doing this for about 10 years, most of my experiences have been where you are at odds with current regulatory regimes. So I think that's very unique. And I think that challenges-wise, it's the same thing everywhere when you have a totally new technology that is, in a way, if you think about it, it's a little bit crazy. Here's a GitHub repo, and this is technology that anyone can see, anyone can contribute to, and this idea that there'd be initially thousands of developers that would change their lives over to come build applications on this new code base that's kind of weird. And then the ability to then scale that and convince a number of users to use this for their core economic future is also a very large ask. So those are all things that we as the crypto industry have to continue to invest in, which I think, to summarize it, it's investing in talent formation and then also in capital formation. And those two things have always been the building blocks of building a company, building a country, building an ecosystem which is digitally native like Solana. And so those are the types of things we do for our own Solana ecosystem over and over, attracting developers, attracting builders, giving them resources, talent development, which I think mirrors how a number of countries also thinking about attracting talent, investing in talent, and really building a density of the most critical skill sets. That's on one side. And that's something that we're very committed to doing in Kazakhstan as well, because in this region, Kazakhstan is is the foremost talent ecosystem. That's something that's become quite clear to us. And when you have a density, already an existing density, commitment to attracting and developing technological talent, then that's something that that's a strong basis that you can build on top of. So that is some of the opportunities. I think that it is this sort of end-to-end collaboration commitment between the public and the private sectors and a whole range of different use cases, which I think is quite unique here. And like anything, some of the challenges in outside of the major economies is how do you compete for talent and how do you compete for capital when increasingly, one of the things that the internet has done is it's both created more opportunities for folks to access information, right, and be connected digitally, but it's also created a great mobility of talent and capital to oftentimes existing incumbents as well. So those are the two opposing trends that I think is a challenge for everyone to, all various countries to think about sort of how do you balance that for yourself.
Thank you. So Solana has its own cryptocurrency, and globally regulators remain divided on whether cryptocurrency should be treated as securities, property, or means of payment. And as a key player in blockchain technology, how do you define the true nature of these digital assets? And I believe you had such dispute with the regulator on the nature of the cryptocurrency.
Well, not all digital assets are only a security or a utility, or they are different in nature because fundamentally a digital asset is just something that is using distributed ledger technology. And the nature of that asset, whether it's a payment token, utility token, a security, there's any range of ways people characterize them, has to do with the nature of the asset itself rather than the technology that it is being built on. So a stablecoin, in the most extreme, a stablecoin can be using the same technology standard as a meme coin, as wrapped Bitcoin. And the nature of the asset is clearly very different in all of these different circumstances. And the purpose of something like the Solana blockchain is to provide financial infrastructure to enable the creation of these assets in ways that reflect the desired use of those assets. So some of those assets will be purely permissionless, and that is most of the crypto native assets that we see today. That is the simplest, fungible token. It has no permissioning around the token and can flow anywhere and everywhere freely on the internet. And there will always be some of those. And what I think we see happening now with the entry of many traditional institutions into crypto is they're bringing their existing asset base, which collectively around the world is probably around $100 trillion of assets, and potentially tokenizing those on-chain so that those assets can also be represented and interacted with using distributed ledger technologies. So some of those, most of those will be securities, and they should be securities because they are securities. And that has to do with the nature of the asset rather than the nature of distributed ledger technology. Now, Solana has a native token called SOL, and the purpose of that token is to coordinate the network of validators that together comprise this financial infrastructure that allows anyone, anywhere to issue an asset, build an application to interact with that asset. And the vision for that is fundamentally the lowest level infrastructure for this should be open source, permissionless, and available to anyone on the internet to build applications. It's more equivalent to TCP/IP than it is to a Google or a Facebook, which are all applications built on the internet. And the reason for that is if we think the purpose of blockchain is to make financial markets, financial rails available to anyone on the internet. That's 5.5 billion people. Then to be most broadly available, you have to be open, neutral, and something that is not owned by any one country, owned by any one people. Otherwise, you will get wrapped up in existing considerations. So given that, we see ourselves as providing that financial infrastructure for then issuers to create the applications and create the assets that are appropriate for that use case.
Thank you. Do you believe that cryptocurrencies can replace fiat currency?
I think that stablecoins is where they converge, and that is where a digitally native representation of fiat currencies, I think, is going to be very relevant going forward. Do I think that fiat currencies are going to go away? No, because I think that people will continue to live in nation states, people will continue to live in countries as we do today. That is a core construct of how we've organized ourselves as humanity today. And as long as that continues to be the case, the vast majority of those countries will have their own national currency. And so insofar as that is a scale adopted, desired type of asset that people will be using, which always has broad distribution because that is really the lifeblood of any economy, then that will be an asset. And the next question is, do people want to use that asset on these financial rails? And if so, then certainly from our perspective, we think Solana is a good technology to use in order to issue those stablecoins, and that we as the Solana ecosystem can add value to those assets because of the breadth of financial applications you can build in an open source environment. So what I think the core purpose of blockchain has always been to expand financial markets access. And that means all of the assets being made available in the same way that on the internet you have a full range of content. So the content on the internet is a whole range between things that everyone likes, and there's a lot of stuff on the internet that nobody likes. And that is what we've accepted in the internet to say, okay, well, it starts open, and then the applications and the users will filter from there. There are infinite number of applications, and some of them have much, much more adoption, market share, mind share than others, and that is always going to happen in an open system that ultimately some form of the market is going to decide. And so if we extend that analogy to the crypto ecosystem, to blockchain, I think you will see something similar where there's going to be a range of assets, and there will be some that everyone finds unobjectionable. Tokenized money market funds from BlackRock. No one has any issue with that. And then there's going to be 50,000 meme coins a day that also get created, and those I understand are highly controversial. But that is the trade-off that we make as an open system, that you have the whole range of options, and then you have the applications and the issuers then develop the market and also filter. So I see on these open systems, you're going to have the whole range of assets, and you will also have the full range of ways to use those assets. And the ways to use those assets will be the range between perps trading, which is typically, it's high frequency, it is usually used for speculative purposes, and then at the other end of the spectrum, the ways that people use assets, which is really just at the end of the day, how do people use money? And there's a whole range, of course. And then the other extreme, which is just payments, and that's a very simple, very straightforward, probably most common use case of how people actually use money. And our vision for for the role of blockchain in economies serving humanity is to have that whole range of assets and ways to use those assets so that the most appropriate ways for any group of people is available.
Thank you to all our panelists for the insightful and forward-looking discussion. Today's session has confirmed that the financial world is undergoing a deep transformation, and digital assets are rapidly becoming central of how we think about money, markets, and financial regulation. So the approach combines regulatory experimentation and strong institutional foundation. And today's discussion has highlighted that Astana is emerging as credible player on the global map of digital finance. So Kazakhstan is ready to be part of the challenge and part of that future. Thank you all.
Oh, no, I missed it.
Стикеры стоят.
Хорошо, вы имеете в виду, помогаете ему. Вот вы станьте здесь тогда, чтобы он вот встал и подписался.
Вот это Талгат здесь, да? Талгат Досан.
Талгат, я не знаю, вы кому передадите. Встаньте, кстати, там, где удобнее. Если вам открывать удобнее отсюда, встаньте здесь.
Здесь там лучше, да?
Смотрите, как вам.
Да, вот здесь, наверное,
Хорошо. Талгат вон, кстати, если что.
Хорошо. Надо президент Сулана и форму, этот бабак.
Вы договоритесь, да, что с кого вы передаете.
I've got somebody that might help fund it. Yeah, look, if you want to do it, let me know. I'm happy to bring it. Okay. Yeah. Can we have a further conversation about that? That'd be great, because I would love to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin in just about 2 minutes, so everybody can take their seats, make themselves comfortable. A lot of you are kind of over on this side. If you want to spread out a little bit, we've got a lot of vacant real estate in the middle. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. We're all here to talk about the challenges of reconstruction toward a new balance in the Middle East. And I think before we begin, I want to introduce a very qualified panel who will have a chance to weigh in on the topic. And I'm going to say a few remarks, and then I'm going to kick it off with Tobias. Tobias Elwood is the former foreign minister for the Middle East for various different PMs. Quite a few. So he's well qualified to talk about Middle East politics. Baghdad Amriev is the president of the Turkic Investment Fund, and he's also formerly been an ambassador to a number of the Middle Eastern countries, so he has some expertise in that. Karen von Hippel is the chairman of the Defense and Securities for Ardent Strategies, if I've got that right. And to her left, Jonathan Panikoff is the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Securities Initiative and also of the Atlantic Council. And finally, to his left, we have Andrew Gilmore, who is the former UN Secretary General for Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, if I've got that right. Let's start just by saying that the topic here, the challenges of reconstruction, let's talk about reconstruction both in the physical sense of rebuilding, which is top of mind in places like Syria, Gaza, southern Lebanon, Yemen, various other places, and also as a metaphor, because there will be a restructuring of the Middle East politically and socially probably in the next couple of years. So we'll be talking about both of those. Let's start with Tobias. Give us the lay of the land on the Middle East now. How did we get here?
Well, Charles, thank you very much indeed. It's a real pleasure to be on such a distinguished panel. And yes, I think that's important to place perhaps the Middle East and the journey that it's been on over the last 3 decades or so in perspective, because you speak about conflict and reconstruction normally happens after the conflict or the challenges or the instability has concluded. And I would argue that we're still actually a long way from that point. And it's critical to understand or remind ourselves, because I'm sure the audience will be fully aware of some of the turning points that we've had in the Middle East the last couple of decades, which have seen the rise of other stakeholders and the demise of the previous stakeholders. Russia, for example, the House of Assad, completely different scenario now in Syria. America, after what happened in 2003 in Iraq, has seen them not just dial back in the Middle East, but actually take a more isolationist approach to intervention across the world. In Iran, its proxy influence has changed completely with the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, and we're aware of that. But even going back to the Arab Spring as well, the impact of that on Egypt, that toyed with the idea of the Muslim Brotherhood and then resorted back to having a very strong autocratic leader, now concerned about what might happen with the spillover of Hamas in the Middle East. Syria is particularly interesting because the rise of the advance of Al-Qaeda into ISIS and then the creation of this caliphate. And now we see Ahmed al-Shura, who was once leading HTS, now being courted by the international community and brought into perhaps being seen as the future for Syria. So placing this into context is very, very important indeed. My message when stitching all this together is that we are in a continued phase of flux, that we're not yet ready to do that reconstruction much as we'd like to, because the politics in Lebanon, politics in Yemen, the politics in Syria, certainly the politics in Iraq, and indeed elsewhere and in Iran, have yet to be sorted. Those are the questions that perhaps we'll dive into further in our discussions today, but they're all interlinked to make the world, I'm afraid, particularly the Middle East, more unstable, and a hesitance of the traditional stakeholders, particularly Russia and America, to participate in any desire to take it into a better place.
I'd like to pick up on that flux comment because that raises the question of whether or not any of the reconstruction that we're talking about can take place without political settlements, without political arrangements being changed. Who at the far end of our panel would like to you're nodding your head, Karen.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here today and with this amazing panel to talk about this incredible challenge. So yes, of course, we need political reconciliation. We need, which we don't have in a number of places, as everyone knows. But then I think another thing we all need to be thinking about when we get to the reconstruction or planning for reconstruction, which should be happening even while war is going on. If you follow Ukraine, they do some really incredible thinking about what they want their country to look like already now as they're getting bombed. And I would just mention, two factors that we need to be thinking about. One, of course, is how do you mitigate in the reconstruction for climate change? So part of the Syria civil war, a lot of it started due to shortage of water, climate challenges, and that challenge is only worse now after really the country's been so destroyed. So as we think through the reconstruction for Syria, for Gaza, for other parts of the region, thinking through how can we integrate planning for that kind of mitigation into the plans for reconstruction. And then the second bit, of course, is what you're referring to, Charles, earlier, which is really the security angle. And the region is still riddled with foreign fighters, with former ISIL sleeper cells. The security challenges are going to be enormous going forward. In Syria, al-Shara seems to be integrating some of these foreign fighters into the government. He's trying to demobilize them, but I'm not entirely sure we can be very confident about what happens there. And so I think the plans that are happening, whatever countries are involved, Central Asia, the United States, Canada, European countries, the United Kingdom, what other countries, whatever, of course, in the region as well, really need to be thinking through the security aspect and the climate aspect.
Before we get into the physical aspects of reconstruction, I want to stay on the political for just a second. A year or two ago, if you talked about a two-state solution or you talked about Palestinian statehood, people would roll their eyes and it was kind of dismissed as an irrelevant topic and never going to happen. And now it seems, through the war in Gaza, it has been rehabilitated as a major political issue. Is there a possibility of reconstruction in the region without a Palestinian statehood, at least a move in that direction? Jonathan?
Sure. I think there's some reconstruction that can happen. I think certainly in Syria and Lebanon are not predicated on a two-state solution. Eventually, if you get to reconstruction in Yemen, if you actually get a settlement there, the same is true as well. I think in Gaza, the challenge that's so different from the others is fundamentally the view is, understandably so, the GCC countries who are committing the most, particularly Qatar, and the UAE and Saudi Arabia to reconstruction in theory, as Trump would like, for instance, are sick and tired of continuing to put money in only for Israel to then keep blowing it up. And so it's created a very challenging dynamic. But even before you get to reconstruction, when you talk to humanitarian experts, it's going to take 2 full years from now, if the war were to stop today, for Gazan rubble to be cleared, for enough humanitarian aid to flow in, that you could even begin reconstruction. And so it's actually quite a long pathway and quite a long buildup. And I think the question is, within that interceding time of those 2 years in Gaza, is there a political development that's actually helpful, or do you have continued slide back on issues related to a two-state solution? For all the goals, and especially many in Europe and many throughout Europe who have now pushed or recognized Palestine, pushed for a Palestinian state, the reality is we are further from a two-state solution in the traditional framing of it than we ever have been since the time of Madrid. And Oslo right after that. So I think we have quite a bit to go. And all of this, though, requires to even have this conversation, both political changes, not only in Israel and in the Palestinian Authority, but it's going to require a level of security so that even new Israeli and Palestinian administrations view their territories as fundamentally secure, that they'd even be willing to consider this. Right now, we're pretty far away from this, no matter how much Arab states, Europeans, others want that to be the driver.
Tobias.
A very short introduction here is on the two-state solution. I think that is an example of where the church elders, if you like, the wise owls, the international community itself has lost its passion, its desire, its ability to influence what's going on in the Middle East. And it's given free rein to any stakeholder, in this case Israel, or can I specifically say Netanyahu, to pursue agendas which perhaps in a different world would have been checked. And sadly what we're seeing now, the destruction of Gaza, with I think a desire, long-term desire to actually take over Gaza, the announcement of new settlements in the West Bank and so forth, this is taking us further away, but all happening simply because there is no collective wisdom, international wisdom to challenge this. What Turkey is doing as well, perhaps for its own benefits, its own reasons, its own justification, in Syria is another example of that. That's why I'm saying there's a very dangerous place of flux that we're going into with conflicting agendas, which I'm afraid could lead to further instability down the line.
Our topic is reconstruction, and clearly the Gulf states are going to play a big part in that because they've got the resources, they've got the money, and they're going to be tapped by the global powers to try to contribute to reconstruction. But now we are seeing political caveats from the Gulf states, and particularly, for example, the Abraham Accords, which were a great achievement by President Trump in his first term, and looked to be a model for expanding cooperation between Arab states and Israel. And now, of course, since Gaza, that seems to have changed as well. Would anybody like to comment on the future of the Abraham Accords before we get into reconstruction per se?
Well, not so much the Abraham Accords, because Abraham Accords so manifestly exclude the Palestinians. I agree with everything Jonathan said, by the way, and also Tobias in his last points about that fundamental issue, because agreeing with, totally as I did with Jonathan, I would go perhaps a little bit further. I believe that there's no point even talking about the cement and the vast amounts of Gulf funding that they are expected to put in. Before we get to that, there needs to be some sort of reconstruction of the Israeli mentality. I mean, in 1956, so 70 years ago, the great UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld wrote to his friend David Ben-Gurion, the founding father of Israel, and said, "You believe that hitting Gaza all the time is somehow going to stop the Gazans making their provocations. I tell you, it means that they will continue. You think that doing this will also lead to greater recognition of Israel in the Arab world. I tell you, it will do the opposite." Now, that has been essentially the UN's line for the last 70 years, but it is, and the Israeli line has also not changed, except it's got a lot worse. Last week, there was an opinion poll by Penn State University that said that 47% of the Israeli public would like to see every single Gazan killed, and 82% would like to see every single Gazan expelled, forcibly expelled, which would be a massive war crime. While this is going on, and as Jonathan pointed out, while everybody knows that if they then invest, and the EU have had this repeatedly in the West Bank, that their development projects in the West Bank have been very, very deliberately and systematically destroyed by the Israelis in order to prevent the development and let alone the reconstruction of Gaza. So while that's going on, I really don't see much chance of even talking about reconstruction. When it comes to Syria, I'd like to make another point, but after back to you.
I'm glad you ended on Syria, because that would seem to be the place where reconstruction would commence before any other place. As there's a new government and they are gaining recognition by the West, who's going to pay for Syria? And who's going to actually undertake reconstruction? Because the destruction is vast and the political situation is still a little bit chaotic. So who's going to pay for that? And who's going to undertake the actual heavy lifting on reconstructing Syria? Who wants to take that? Andrew?
Well, yeah, sorry. But President Trump did a remarkable thing. He often does remarkable things, but what was remarkable about this one is that it was remarkably good, and it was suspending sanctions on Syria. Without that, there was no chance of reconstruction. And with it, there is some hope that the businesses can reinvest in there, which they've hesitated about doing. Unfortunately, they've only been waived or suspended. They haven't been cancelled. So for long-term business propositions, they will need to be erased altogether. But that is a very positive start. But what is crucial, because we've seen reconstruction elsewhere in the world, let us just stick to the neighborhood. We've seen Iraq after the US invasion, Lebanon after the Civil War, immense corruption accompanies reconstruction. So we need some form of democratization and transparency and accountability as well. And that is so easily put to one side. And if we don't have that, if we don't have some form of transitional justice, the massive crimes of the Assad regime that are so vast and have been going on since well before 1982, the big massacre of Hama. But nevertheless, so we have to have some of those human reconstruction before to accompany rather the physical reconstruction. But in terms of the payment, at least if businesses could be encouraged to go in again, you wouldn't need quite so much vast amounts coming in from the Gulf.
Yes, Jonathan.
I just want to kind of 2 points here. One is that I think the point Andrew makes on the business side is critically important. And the long-term look, the restrictions of the Caesar Act are still in place. As he said, they've been suspended. You're going to have to repeal that through the U.S. Congress. I think getting rid of U.S. terrorism designations, because HTS is still designated as a U.S. terrorist organization, is going to be important. I think getting Syria access to the SWIFT system, the international banking system, is going to be critically important. There are a number of steps that can be taken right now that don't actually require a huge amount of effort, but would have big impact on the ground in terms of potential investment in Syria. No private sector company is going to invest unless they actually are comfortable that the investment is going to last beyond the 6 months that the waiver itself lasts. The second thing is, to the Gulf states, I want to put out a slightly different thought here, which is, I think it's very dangerous to view the Gulf states as the automatic piggy bank right now for reconstruction around the region. There's reconstruction in Lebanon, reconstruction in Syria, future reconstruction in Gaza, potentially in parts of the West Bank, reconstruction in Yemen. The bank is closed, except for the Qataris, who will provide some. The Emiratis and the Saudis especially, and I'll come back to the Saudis in a second, they're done. We've seen how the Emiratis have approached this, right? We've seen what they've done with the Egyptians in terms of investment. They're willing to invest, and I think that is going to continue. But they're not willing to keep giving the free handouts. They feel like they've been burned over and over and over again for decades. And so that means you're talking about potentially more demands, more restrictions, and that's going to cause a little bit more of a challenge than we've seen for some of this massive reconstruction. And for the Saudis specifically, it's really, really important. The Crown Prince's goal and sole goal right now is to fundamentally diversify the Saudi economy away from hydrocarbons. It is a struggle right now. Oil prices aren't close to where they need to be for him to be able to do this. He's struggling to be able to do this. So the idea of giving money away at a time of real risk is just not something that he wants to do. And so I think that's going to play in as well to how Saudi approaches this issue.
You anticipated my next question with that.
You're welcome or sorry.
The reflex line is always, well, the Gulf states will pay for it. They've got the money. They're going to pay for it. But the question, I think, is what role will the big powers play? What's the United States going to do? What's Russia going to do? What kind of reconstruction effort and financing can we expect from the major powers? Who wants to grab that? Baghdad?
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to participate in this very interesting discussion.
There you go.
That's a distinct pleasure to participate in this very interesting panel session. Middle East has always been at the heart of the world politics, the attention of all the political communities all around the world, all the time, for the very long time. Once we counted, more than 50% of all the agenda items of the General Assembly of the United Nations and Security Council of United Nations for decades has been the problems of Middle East, and the situation is continuing to attract attention of all the world. So, regarding the positions of great powers, you asked, this region has always been conservative. Also, position of old world powers have always been very conservative, unchangeable for a long time. Everybody knew that. We know that policy of the United Nations toward the Middle East and settlement of Middle Eastern problems. We have also been aware of the policy of the Soviet Union, then Russia and Europe and other countries. And the world has been waiting for good news from the Middle East for a long time. But still, we are in this position. But I think that it will happen. We will hear good news from the Middle East. For this to happen, policies of great power should be changed. We are witnessing this also policies of the United States and Russia. So political settlement of the Middle East as a whole, and particular Middle Eastern problems should open the door for the reconstruction we are talking about, and reconciliation of the Middle Eastern countries, especially settlement, political settlement between Israel and Arab countries. So first, policies of the world power should be changed. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for Middle Eastern countries themselves to settle their problems. So if political settlement is there will be new chances, new opportunities for the Middle East, for reconstruction, especially now we are witnessing that Middle East is experiencing generational change as well. New leaders are coming, and it gives us hope.
Karen.
Thank you. I wanted to just build on something what Andrew mentioned earlier in terms of reconstruction in Syria. I think I'm a little bit less worried about the money than maybe you guys are, because there are a number of wealthy Syrians, there are a lot of people who want to invest in Syria and help. It's a huge challenge, I get it, and the place has been, so much of the country's been destroyed. But the bigger concern is what Andrew touched on earlier, is making sure that the money goes to the right place, coming up with some good transparency, anti-corruption measures early on, coordinating all the money. You have a very weak government that doesn't really control most of the territory, and sometimes they get overwhelmed, and we've seen this in other places. I remember in Lebanon, after it was 2007, the bombing campaign that Israel conducted against Hezbollah, there were so many different funders coming in, and it wasn't very coordinated. The UN was doing one thing, but all these Arab states were adopting villages, Lebanese charities were funding things, and it just wasn't being brought together at all. And so that's really a concern, especially when you get countries like China will be wanting to participate, and others that just do things in a very different way. And so I think, the international community, hopefully the UN and others, will be working very closely with the Syrians to make sure they are actually leading the reconstruction and not getting overwhelmed by all these people coming, wanting to help.
I think you've raised a very important question. I think reconstruction has to benefit, we'd all agree, has to benefit the people and not necessarily the elites and the already wealthy in these countries. And we can pick that up in a second, but you had an intervention on this, Tobias.
Yes, I did. Following on from Karen, when you talk about Syria, who are the Syrians? And you have an interim president right now. Does he represent all of Syria? You've got Arabs and Kurds, you've got Druze, Alawites, you've got Sunnis and Shia. You've got those stakeholders, the investors, potential donors, will all be looking to support their particular aspects and their the diasporas or the people that they have a connection with. And my concern is that there hasn't been a recognition of what would be the ultimate satisfactory governance structure, because the new president has excluded many of these sectarian groups from this council, this transition council. The next elections, I stand corrected, but I think are quite a long way down the road. They're, I think, 3 or 4 years away. Much can happen there. Turkey is taking full advantage of that. It now runs Aleppo. It provides, I think, the electricity for the city, and it's expanding its sphere of influence in the north. Israel is doing its thing and actually taking out dangerous Syrian assets elsewhere. And my question to the international community is, should we not be doing more to actually invest in supporting a governance structure that will survive? Otherwise, I fear history will repeat itself, because no individual sectarian group has the power enough to actually command or the authority to control the rest of the country. It's too complicated. That's my concern here. That's what I think the international community should be encouraging to do. Have a solution that brings together all the groupings and a governance structure that allocates out power on a more local basis. The Kurds certainly want that in their neck of the woods, but that itself is complicated. We can't gloss over these issues, otherwise war, conflict will return.
Well, talking about the great powers intervening and trying to stabilize Syria, the great powers themselves are almost as divided as the local population in Syria. What's happened in Syria has disadvantaged Russia, for example. They may not be entirely happy about that for the long term. So I don't know how the great powers could intervene in such a way as to actually stabilize Syria. If anybody has a great idea on that, it would be welcome.
Just one
Aaron
quick
does.
point on the Russia factor. I mean, I think a number of Syrians won't be very happy for Russia to be very involved because they all remember Russia supporting the Assad regime, bombing civilians with chlorine bombs, chemical weapons, etc. So I think the Russians aren't going to be very popular for the immediate future.
But the sanctions, if I could say, the sanctions, Trump is just, I think, reducing sanctions, but I don't think there are many conditions placed on this. So to nudge the leader, that's the concern I have, is that the fact that the leader is deaf to some of the sectarian concerns that are already being expressed. And that's where, you're right, which stakeholder, which big country wants to then get involved? This is, they'll want to keep their fingers away from it. I just fear that in this world now, where we've become more isolated, less interested in perhaps looking at solutions, tricky solutions, no doubt about it, we're actually storing up problems for the future. Sudan is another great example where we're not participating at all in trying to reconcile that. Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, these are all things where they require some cognitive thinking, some statecraft. We're not seeing that on the global stage anymore.
We've got two comments at the end, yeah. Andrew.
Well, that's exactly, to Tobias's point, I totally agree with. I mean, with everybody's conflicting agendas, and there have always been so many. I mean, let's face it, we're talking about the Russian bases. Who lobbied the Americans to allow the Russian bases to stay? Who lobbied the Americans to not lift sanctions? The Israelis. And so they have a strong vested interest, as they see it, in not having a government led by Shara or a democratic government. And in that last point, I fear he may be in agreement with several Arab states who don't want to see a successful democratic experiment in an Arab country. So, I mean, there are the Turks, which have been mentioned. And who is going to pull this all together? And that is and I don't have an answer, because looking at, it's not really the Europeans' job, and they wouldn't be up to it anyway. And the Americans, if they did it, would do it wrong. And so I don't know who it's going to be. Yeah.
Jonathan, do you have an idea?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thanks. And just try to block me out. I actually slightly dissent from this line, because I think it's a little bit broader, and I slightly have a different view here than what Andrew just put out. I think, look, I certainly agree the Israelis are making a mistake here. I also disagree with some of the Gaza stuff too, but we can come back to that. I disagree. I think the Israelis certainly are making a mistake. The idea of trying to keep everybody weak has never worked before in almost any country. In the end, inevitably somebody emerges, and not choosing isn't of itself a choice. You got to choose who it is, even if it's the least bad, and I am among those. I think Shara is the least bad option. That's what we should go with at the moment. But I think, Charles, to your broader point, there's a broader competition going on here that isn't reflected in Gaza or really Yemen or even Lebanon, that is about the global powers and what that looks like vis-a-vis Syria. There are significant interests in Syria because of the location, and that's being filtered down now in a way that we always think of it through US, China, Russia lens. China clearly wants to invest in Syria. That's where its interests are. The Chinese have actually disappointed a lot of people over the last 18 months. That there's a lot of folks within the Arab world that thought that they would become much more aggressive and actually get involved and prove their worth and do something beyond investments on the security side related to everything going on in the Straits and through the Suez. And what happened? Well, China was nowhere to be found. They cut their own deal and they moved on. I think we've seen what happens with Chinese investment in Africa, where there's a lot of countries that took it for years and now have said, well, what did we get for this? We were strip-mined, things are falling apart, it's not being successful. I think that is a concern I'm already hearing about. If it's Chinese-led investment in Syria, will they really be there for the long term? Are they going to be there? And does Syria have the capacity or the leverage to actually compel China? On Russia, I completely agree with Karen. I think it's a problem. And for the U.S., I apologize in advance. Look, I think President Trump fundamentally does not want to be involved in the region. He doesn't. I think there may be a necessity to be involved more than some of his folks would want, but he really wants to make investments. And if there's a meaningful investment he can make in Syria, then he'll do it. But I think it's quite telling. He's already talking very explicitly that U.S. troops are going to come out of Syria in the near future. That causes all sorts of problems in the northeast for the potential resurgence of ISIS. And we talk about how do you build an economy without security? You cannot. And if you can't build that economy without security because ISIS is now coming down and attacking, then it's going to create a situation of fragmentation in which the Turks are going to say, we have to protect the north, and this is the great excuse to do it. And President Trump has already been clear, he's going to let them do that. I think the Israelis have actually, believe it or not, moved back from where they were. They're not going to give the high ground back. I would not either if I were the Israelis. But I do worry that we are going toward a more fragmented position akin to where Tobias was indicating. But I'm not sure the difference in my estimation is it will. I don't think there's a willingness of any of the major powers or any of the intermediate powers, including Turkey or Saudi or the Gulf countries, to actually play that role. And so what you're really doing is relying on a hope that the initial investments, the initial support of Shara is enough to get you over the initial hump. I think we're going to have to wait and see, but I'm skeptical, unfortunately.
I want to do a best case, worst case scenario question, I guess, for the group. Let's say best case, the crisis in Gaza is resolved. Netanyahu is deposed, maybe, I don't know, one way or another. He loses an election, he's out. Let's say that the Saudis say that they will, entertain rapprochement with Israel if there is a movement toward a Palestinian state, and then there is, and all of that is a best case scenario. And let's look at the worst case scenario. I would say Israel attacks nuclear facilities in Iran, and that triggers a major conflagration in the whole region, including, as Sheikh Mohammed in Qatar has pointed out, contamination of the Persian Gulf, which would be a catastrophe, ecological catastrophe. We've been very negative about the prospects for the Middle East. Let's entertain the idea that there is a possible solution in Gaza, that it could trigger other positive developments. And then we're actually looking at physical reconstruction. At that point, who steps up in the region and who steps up globally to actually affect that reconstruction? Who wants to take that big picture question?
I'll take the Iran dimension because, and I'm conscious that Jonathan who's representing Donald Trump here this afternoon, might disagree. But I do think that Donald Trump himself has an issue with Iran that he wants to resolve completely during his next couple of years. You suggested that Israel may attack. I see Donald Trump forcing Iran to the table to sign some form of long-term security deal on nuclear. And if he doesn't get all his terms, then it'll be America that decisively, kinetically gets itself involved in a short-term event with Iran, which will lead, in their minds, to regime change, concluding the humiliation that goes back to the 444 days that hostages were held and so forth, the decades of proxy influence and so on. That'll be Trump's legacy. I think that is a dimension that will have rippling impacts right across the Middle East. You focused on Gaza. That's the bit I fear for the most, because the one influencer, the one stakeholder that could nudge Netanyahu if he remains in power, and I think Jonathan mentioned this, that if your objective is constant war, is through fear, but no strategy to show how your battlefield success turns itself into a political strategy, which is what he's doing, then that's where it goes. So Donald Trump has no interest in checking at the moment, maybe it changed, Netanyahu's behavior, and that's taking us further away from a two-state solution. Were that to unwind, I actually do believe, I'm optimist to say money would come forward, the international community, to rebuild Gaza, to rebuild. The World Bank is actually doing studies now, Karen's point. It's actually happening quietly behind the scenes. How do you rebuild Gaza? So you're not then having to do the paperwork, the details, once the guns fall silent. But that requires, as I say, huge pressure, a seismic change of political attitude by Israel, probably the removal, some way or another, of Netanyahu.
I think the Riviera on the Middle East is probably not going to happen, but Karen, what do you think?
Just want to follow on. Do you mind pushing your red buttons? Some of you, yeah, thank you.
Power here, isn't there, when you keep it on?
I know this is a zero-sum game up here, but just two quick points following what Tobias said, and also what Tobias said at the start. I mean, it's very interesting, even, setting Gaza aside, which is still this incredible tragedy, what it has triggered, though, and the successes Israel has had in weakening all of Iran's proxies in the region, almost all of them anyway. So Hezbollah, the Houthis still to a degree, but certainly inside Syria, it's really fundamentally changed the geopolitics of that region. And so it has put Iran in a much weaker place than it has been in some time. And so I see that as an opportunity, as Tobias is also saying. It's an opportunity for Iran to be engaged in a very different way, and I do think they'll be pushed to the negotiating table. I don't think Donald Trump wants another war as much as he likes to threaten countries. He also doesn't like war. He sees that as bad for business. So I'm slightly more optimistic, actually, about Iran. On Syria, I used to work on Syria for the State Department in the early days of the revolution when it was still nonviolent, and our envoy, the American ambassador at the time, Robert Ford, used to say, in Syria, it'll get worse before it gets worse. And we did see that. It just successively got worse. So in a sense, it's not even worse. It's always good to plan for worst case scenarios, but actually, we've seen it. And let's also not forget about Libya, too, by the way. I mean, that's, on the edge of this whole region, but it's also, not looking very positive as well right now.
Can I just make one point? Because I completely agree with everything Karen and Tobias what you said. The region changes quicker than maybe any other region in the world. And I know that seems cliche, but I would just point this out. There was a picture taken of Shara, MBS, and Trump when he was there a couple weeks ago. It literally wasn't that long ago, just over a decade ago, that picture people would have thought was a Saturday Night Live joke or a comedy sketch joke. Shara was an Al-Qaeda leader. MBS was a unknown nephew of the Saudi king that nobody could name or think of. And Donald Trump was getting to the end of the run of The Apprentice and trying to figure out desperately how to keep his name in the papers. I think the region changes quick, and so I'm actually a little more optimistic as well. I think on Iran, the question is going to be enrichment, and can you creatively figure out a way through something, a consortium in Iran, something else, to allow the Iranians to enrich because they're not going to get off of that red line. But I think that there is a huge opportunity here, in part because of Israel's successes, as Karen said. The problem is we also know it can go south very, very quickly as well. And so if you don't keep investing in the Middle East, and this is the challenge on the U.S. side, then it will slip away. That's the only thing that we know for sure. There's no choice. Either you keep pushing forward or it'll go on its own destiny. It's not going to be one that's positive for any of us.
Tobias.
I just wanted to correct the record and confirm that Jonathan doesn't represent Donald Trump. I'm sorry you didn't push back on that, which now makes you wonder whether you do actually. But certainly you're the American on the panel, so it's important to get that perspective.
It's okay. I just took it as a wonky British anachronism, and So.
I'd like to allow a few minutes for questions from the audience. If you have any questions and you'd like to raise your hand, we'll entertain some questions. Yeah, sure. I think they're running to give you a mic. It's on its way.
Syria, Iran, and the Middle East. I have a question for Tobias. I saw on your X feed that you said the UK should do food drops into Gaza via the RAF. Given we know that such food drops are of limited effectiveness, and that potentially Israel is more motivated by threats of stopping trade over the war in Gaza, would you support the UK government going further than it already has in suspending trade talks and potentially cutting off existing trade with Israel?
Thank you for the question. It's not symbolic, the food drops. I've been involved in the army in food drops. They can have an impact. It depends on the scale of it. Let's go extreme. The Berlin airlift actually pushed the Soviet Union back. It's an indication of the international community saying we will not tolerate what's going on. And that was my message in my tweet, is to say how appalled I am personally that we're not doing this. And Britain is a country that does step forward, perhaps when others hesitate, to say the things that need to be said, even if it's of an ally such as this, that what we're seeing in Gaza is unacceptable. Whether it's airdrops or whether we do upgrade the capability of having our own maritime landing platform to bring aid in, it's a message to Israel that should change. And yes, that's your second question, is that we should look for other avenues to place pressure on Israel. It goes back to my point, is that there's an absence of the international community working together to place pressure on a country that, errant nations that act in this way. And it's very sad to see, and it's not just Israel, but other countries around the world are taking advantage of the fact that it's becoming easier and easier to push your own authoritarian or your own individual agenda, nationalistic agenda, knowing that nobody will check you.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes. Microphone coming.
I'm from local think tank institute. So my question is about what's the global powers master plan for the Gaza issue? So what we are hearing now, witnessing, it's just a voicing to stop this genocide. But in fact, there is no action taken. And why I'm putting this question, because it is significant if we take into consideration the forthcoming event on June. I'm not sure what's exactly, but something like to recognize from the global powers to stop this or recognize Palestine or something like that. You can correct me if I'm mistaken, but what's your master plan for Israel government actions and policy? Because the whole world just witnessing, and what we have, it's just a voicing and some promotion. It's a voice, but no action to be taken. Thank you.
Everybody's looking at everybody else to take that. Anybody have any bright ideas for Gaza that are not currently being circulated and being considered?
I'll give it a pop if nobody else is saying anything. Firstly is the desire, the appetite to act. We've had President Kagame here yesterday speaking about what happened in his country. There is now a collective duty of the international community to step in, a duty to act when we see wrong on such a scale. So that's the first step. The second step is, you're quite right to ask, how in practical terms would that operate? Bearing in mind the atrocities that Hamas conducted on that 7th of October, the barbaric actions, and the fact they still have hostages there as well. Perhaps it's too simplistic to look at Northern Ireland, the model there, where I served. I was up against the IRA. And now you have Sinn Féin, that is a political wing of the old IRA, and how they've advanced. So Hamas is representing the Palestinians. Could it be that something from the West Bank could come across and provide that governance direction. But at the moment, we're not even having these conversations about what might be the successor of Hamas. How do you get Hamas itself to rewrite its own constitution that says it doesn't want to see the removal of Israel as a state? Very, very difficult questions to answer. But when you have an Al-Qaeda affiliate now getting sanctions relief from an American president in Syria, then these are the difficult questions that need to be explored to say, what is the political journey that those in Gaza and indeed the West Bank need to go on to gain greater acceptance, to earn the right to govern themselves peacefully?
Andrew.
Yeah, your question is very good. I don't have an answer for yours, Charles, as to what do I have a new bright idea. The bright idea is to follow international law and to have a vaguely consistent approach towards it. I would say it ranks as perhaps the worst event of my lifetime, what we are seeing at the moment. Yes, more terrible things have happened, for example, the Rwanda genocide, but you didn't get large numbers of democratic governments giving essentially a blank check to the perpetrators. What has been going on in the last year, 18 months, will never be forgotten. And Tobias is quite right to raise the terrible atrocity that Hamas committed in October that started the latest round of what has been an 80-year-old conflict. But what has been going on, and there's been a slight change in the last 2 or 3 months, I would say, as people who have hitherto provided total moral and political support to the Israelis have started to step back. But it's taken a very, very long time, and the rest of the world, particularly the Muslim world, is not going to forget this. And I'm very conscious of this, and I fear that the continent, Europe, who are not the main players here, but they have their fine words about rule of law, human rights, democracy, are going to be held up and regarded as pretty worthless as a result of this.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm from Toyota Corporation, Middle East and the Central Asia representatives, and I'm in charge of this area. And then I would like to have about Iran's very, very bright scenario. Everything U.S. government will convince the government in Iran, and then Iran will be, if normalized, what's going on in the Middle East? Because I think Israel doesn't want Iran to be back to the normal, and also the other GCC country also is not so happy if Iran will be normalized. But for the Central Asia, Iran is a very, very important geographic countries because especially in Kazakhstan, can access to the sea very easy. So how do you think if the Iran will be completely normalized, what's going on in this world?
So what's going on in Iran? Jonathan.
First, let me maybe start from the back. There is no scenario I can envision in which the U.S. is going to normalize relations with Iran under the current structure that Iran exists with its supreme leader in place. It's just not going to happen. The political risk of doing so would just be almost existential for the Trump administration. It's not going to happen. If you can move forward, then that means can you get a nuclear deal that actually keeps things calm in the region. And you're absolutely right to point out that the GCC states, ironically, from where we were 10 years ago, where Saudi Arabia and the Emirates were the biggest proponents of the maximum pressure campaign, have now completely inverted. And the reason they've inverted is because they don't have confidence. Plan A was that the U.S. would serve as a security umbrella, and there would be defense pacts, and it would be very, very tight, and they don't have confidence in that. So if you don't have confidence in that, and going back to an earlier point I made, in your Saudi Arabia, and your fundamental and almost sole goal is to diversify your economy, there's not enough political risk insurance in the world to ensure FDI continues if you have Houthi or Iranian missiles raining down on your country. As a result, it requires you to take option B of détente and rapprochement, and that's what we're seeing. And so I think, look, at the end of the day, a deal with Iran is probably going to come down to enrichment. My sense is it'll be very similar to JCPOA. It's not going to be an actual complete deal first. You're probably looking at a framework deal first, and it is going to drive the Israelis especially out of their minds. The debate going on right now is whether or not Israel would strike Iran anyways and the nuclear sites anyways without the U.S. I am quite skeptical of that. Maybe under the Biden administration. I doubt that they will do it with the Trump administration. I absolutely could be wrong. But the problem is, what are you actually succeeding in doing? All of the Arab relationships that you have, that you've built, including with the UAE and the quiet ones that still continue with Saudi Arabia, will be greatly diminished if the Israelis do that. Your relationship with the U.S. will be greatly diminished if you do that. Your relationship with the Europeans, who, by the way, are actually in the E3 being a little more forward-leaning than the U.S. On the Iran issue, will be greatly diminished. So I don't think there's going to be an opening. I wouldn't expect huge opportunities, but that doesn't mean that you won't see some sanctions relief. But the question is, you're still going to be around the margins, right? Iran probably is not going to be let back into the SWIFT system. And so that's going to cause huge challenges for engagement.
Tobias.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, it's worth mentioning what's actually happening in Iran as well. I've been there a couple of times, not too long ago, the last couple of years. You can feel a sense of frustration by the people of Iran, and occasionally that spills out. And when it spills out onto the streets and the demonstrations, the hijab incident was one, the pushback against the religious police, the frustration with the economy itself, and indeed with the regime. Internally, I think it's starting to boil up, and that is something that's being noticed. And each time the people come out to demonstrate, they're a little bit more confident than the time before. And maybe I'm being optimistic here, but I feel that the sell-by date of this old, very religious Orthodox regime is coming towards the end, which is why a nudge from the outside could tip it over. It could tip it over. And that's the big question now, is whether you take advantage of the fact that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis are much more diminished in power. The proxy influence of Iran is down. Do you now go for the full regime change to try and get a more democratic and accountable Iran that you could argue the younger generation Iranians would now like to see develop?
I'm going to interpret that as an optimistic take on the region that we can end this panel on. I would like to thank our panelists. They were experts and they delivered a lot on this. We could have talked for another couple of hours. The Middle East is a complicated subject, but great panel. Thank you very much.
Andrew, can you just see if you can read my handwriting?
Non, on mise pas? А что здесь делать?
think we can start, yeah? Our panel session is already 5 p.m., so people are coming. Good afternoon, dear speakers, dear guests. So we are pleased to welcome you to the panel session, which is dedicated to green bonds and financing of the National Sustainable Development Program. My name is Bakijan Karagoyshin. I am a managing director at Freedom Bank, and I oversee corporate credit financing. Thank you very much for joining us today, even though this is one of the last panel session of this forum. I understood that everyone is very tired, but anyway, you came us, and it's very great honor for us. I would like to start by defining what is sovereign green bonds. These are debt securities issued by a country government to raise funds for environmental projects, and they are not just financial instruments. They are a bridge between strategic environmental goals and the real source of capital needed to achieve them. We are living in a period when sustainable development is no longer a concept of the future. It is practical necessity today. Interest in sustainable financing is growing each day. According to the Climate Bonds Initiative, the global volume of green bonds issues reached $535 billion as of 2024. The total volume of sustainable bonds of all types exceeded $5.4 trillion, of which more than 60% is green bonds. Their value is not in the amount of funds raised, but in the specific results, because there are certain solutions behind each such bond. The introduction of clean energy, sustainable transport, energy efficient technologies, and the protection of natural resources. And every country that enters market not only receives financing, but it is also declares its course to the sustainable future. Today, we have a unique opportunity to discuss green bonds can work for national interest. Let me introduce our speakers. Manas Gizhduaniev, CEO of IFC Green Finance Center. Suhrob Hojimatov, UNDP Deputy Representative in Kazakhstan. Birjan Astaev, Chief Markets and Products, AIX. Ekaterina Benjamin, IFC Country Officer, International Finance Corporation. Askar Namazbayev, Associate Director, Deputy Head for Kazakhstan, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Thank you. Dear speakers, as you understand, it's already Friday, 5 p.m., so we are very tight in our time. Please adhere to the rules. Thank you. My first question is to Mr. Manas Gizhduaniev. As we know, IFC Green Finance Center is facilitator of the green finance market development in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, and also a leading external review provider for green bonds. As an expert in this area, could you please shed light on the current state of green finance market in Kazakhstan? And could you please also share what are the advantages of issuing sovereign green bonds and some international experience of countries which governments have already issued such bonds that might be useful for countries envisioning issuance in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Bakhchan. Good afternoon, all. So my name is Manas Gizhduaniev. I am CEO at AIF Green Finance Center. So our company was established in 2018 with the main aim of developing and promoting green and sustainable finance instruments in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. So indeed, AIF Green Finance Center has developed a strong and proven expertise in developing this green and sustainable finance market across Central Asia and the Caucasus. We've been actively working and supporting the issuance of green bonds, social bonds, sustainable bonds in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan, helping to structure, helping to verify these bonds, the projects, the frameworks, the alignment with international standards. And I'd like to mention that our company is the only company accredited verifier in the region, recognized by Climate Bonds Initiative and the International Capital Market Association. And so this positions us to provide second-party opinions, external reviews, which is aligned with international best standards like climate bonds taxonomy, international capital market association green bond principles. So when it comes to Kazakhstan's sustainable finance market, the market has reached 1.7 billion US dollars right now, today, so of which 600 million USD comes specifically from green bonds and the labeled green loans. And I'm happy to share with you that 70% of green segment was verified by our team, by AFC Green Finance Center. And however, it's very important to mention, however, all of these issuances come from corporate market and multilateral development banks. And to date in Kazakhstan, so no sovereign bonds, no municipal bonds have taken in place. But in this is where we see great potential, because right now, currently, at the AFC Green Finance Center, we are closely working with subnational public entities, promoting them, supporting them to enter the sustainable finance market. And one strong case is the case of social entrepreneurial corporation Aktobe, which is a subsidiary of Akimatov Aktobe region. This company is planning to issue Kazakhstan's first social bonds linked to regional development goals. So from our side, we've provided a second-party opinion confirming the bond, the issuer, the project is aligned with international standards like social bond principles of International Capital Market Association. And globally speaking, while around 170 countries issue their plain vanilla sovereign bonds, only 60 of them have tapped into sustainable bond market currently. And this means that majority of sovereign issuance have yet gained this opportunity in the future. So, for example, countries like Brazil, France can show the benefits of issuing these thematic bonds like green bonds and the social bonds. For example, Brazil's $2 billion US dollars sustainability bond issued in 2024 was twice oversubscribed. And France, the largest sovereign GSS Plus issuer, raised 8 billion euros with the demand of 89 billion euros. So the demand was like, oversubscription was like 12 times, yes. So for Kazakhstan, in the context of Central Asia, Uzbekistan is the only country in Central Asia whose government has issued sovereign thematic bonds. So in 2021, I believe they issued the first SDG bonds, and after that they had issuance of several green bonds on London Stock Exchange. So Uzbekistan sets a strong example for its neighbors like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Uzbekistan, showing that these instruments like green bonds, social bonds are viable and efficient in our markets. For Kazakhstan, potential is very big, because to achieve Kazakhstan's targets within Paris Agreement, to achieve carbon neutrality strategy, Kazakhstan must attract significant amount of sustainable investment. And sovereign green bonds could be catalyst for unlocking this potential. Yes. And in terms of Green Finance Center, I'd like to add some examples of green bonds in Kazakhstan. Before I said that Kazakhstan is the most developed market in Central Asia in terms of green and social bonds. In Kazakhstan, overall 1.7 billion US dollars green bond market was issued. And in 2020, we had the first issuance. This was very small amount. So with the support of UNDP colleagues, the amount was like 20 million tenge. So right now, the market is 1.7 billion. Huge difference. So I think if Kazakhstan's Ministry of Finance could issue the sovereign green bonds, it can boost the market further. And at AIF Green Finance Center, we are here. We can navigate Ministry of Finance in this journey, both as consultants, both as external review providers, etc. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas. Very interesting. My next question to Mr. Sukhrob Hojimatov. As we know, UNDP supported the issuance of the very first sovereign SDG bonds in Uzbekistan, as Manas previously said. So, could you please elaborate the issuance of the very first sovereign SDG bonds in Uzbekistan? What was the specific role of the UNDP in that issuance? And what are the emerging economies UNDP has also supported in sovereign green bonds issuance? Please, could you share some examples as well? In case Kazakhstan to issue sovereign green bonds, is UNDP Kazakhstan is ready to step in and provide support as it did in Uzbekistan? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bakirjan, for your question. 2 points I've noticed here. Number one, it seems that the agenda of the Astana International Forum this year is so interesting that I didn't notice that now it's Friday, 5 o'clock. Yeah, and this is number one. And number two, this is the first time I'm just participating in the International Forum where 2 sessions are linked to the climate change, but both of them are specifically about the money. Because in the morning we were talking about our pathway towards the COP20, and Zulfiya Pulatana, who is the President's advisor on climate and environment, she was surprised to see that representatives for many countries of the Central Asia were represented not by the Ministry of Ecology, but Ministry of Finance or National Economy, including the colleague from the World Bank. Now I see that colleagues from EBRD and IFC also are participating. Well, good question, but I'm sure it is much easier than the previous session was here, because they were discussing how to bring a peace and stability to the Middle East. This is very difficult,
indeed,
yeah.
Indeed.
But now we are discussing about something which has very a broader solution, though I think, it is not less, but even, more critical, because of course, it's affecting many, many billions of people across the globe. The whole point is that within the Sustainable Development Goal, we understand that it requires enormous financial and human resources. And of course, the traditional model is not the one that would be helping. So that is why we need to be a little bit creative or innovative, you name it, you have it, in order to find out the solution to existing challenges. Because usually what we were doing is just relying on the state budget, we're relying on the private sector engagement, but in terms of let's say, public burden, public-private partnerships, the sort of the social responsibility. But the green bonds, SDG bonds, they are bringing some different flavors, because they are not specifically about the social responsibility, which by no means are quite important, but also they are bringing some certain number of the motivation or incentives to the private sector or the potential investor in this regard. Because assessment by the think tanks has shown that on annual basis, in order to reach out all 17 goals with more than 250 targets, we need stable investment around $4 to $4.5 trillion. Of course, it is doable, taking into consideration, the whole wealth of the world is around $470 trillion. So in this regard, we are talking about less than 1%. But nevertheless, there are many, let's say, obstacles or stereotypes that we need to slowly and steadily overcome. And one of them is how to find the right tool for the investment. Because I was thinking through a small research I made within our organization, how are we working in this regard. And it shows that on the global agenda of UNDP, we are working through the global moonshot. It's specifically our target that we are discovering with the member states in order to find out the niche on how to streamline the state budget, private sector philanthropies towards the achieving the SDGs. And in this regard, UNDP has established a team, and we are helping the developing countries with the number of the instruments that are available in our menu of UNDP, such as improvement of the tax system, sustainability aligned budgets, and responsible debt management. So I think this is quite important, especially for the developing countries to establish sort of frameworks that would be helping them to make sure that those limited available resources will be aligned to the national priorities. One very short example I would like to share with you. UNDP Kazakhstan developing right now its country program document for 2026-2030. And as a preparation for this consultation with the government, academia, civil society organization, we were requesting the prognosis of the future through the Denver University. They have think tank of so-called Pardip Institute of Future. And the outcome of their research based on the open data was that almost half of the outcome of the national development plan of Kazakhstan for the 2029 under the high risk of not implementation. And the point is not specifically about availability of the financial resources. It is the systemic combination of many circumstances and many factors, including the human capacity, regional disparities, and etc. So I think in this regard, instruments like you have mentioned, securities, green bonds, I mean, maybe Islamic financing instruments, they are very relevant, and I think it is quite important. Because for UNDP, our core mandate is supporting implementation or nationalization or localization of the sustainable development goals on the ground. And we are very proud that in Kazakhstan there is very strong streamlined mechanism to achieve this one. We have a Council of SDG, which is represented by all ministries and agencies led by the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Economy. We have strong team in Senate of Parliament of Kazakhstan who established the SDG monitoring. We see that localization is going very, let's say, in a sustainable way. However, the disparities still exist because achievement of the SDG goals at the national level is about 80+%, while implementation at the level of the district and oblast is around 35%. So there are huge discrepancies, more than 40%. So the role of UNDP is in kind of introduce or launch a number of the instruments that would be helping in this regard. When we are discussing about the local level, I mean about the districts, AUL, or even the level of the oblast, here we see the great opportunity for partnering in terms of localization of SDG through the different mechanisms. We understand that the local akimats not necessarily rely heavily on Republican or the state budget, but also they have their own kind of the opportunities in order to grow up. And we see it in number of our researches that we did, especially in the newly established oblast of Abay, Ulutau, Zhetisu. And we see it has a good potential. UNDP, in supporting of the government of Uzbekistan, particularly when we are talking about the sovereign bonds, I just wanted to say that number one is that it was Kazakhstan with the support of UNDP Kazakhstan and partnership with DAMU issued the first green bonds. But Uzbekistan issued first sovereign green bonds. So this is the big difference. And I'm very proud to mention that in Kazakhstan we made really, really good job in combination of many national actors, and $3.5 million that we invested into issuance of the green bonds then returned, to $292 million. So it was 82 unfold kind of the opportunities in Kazakhstan. But when we are discussing about the Uzbekistan, it was the request from the government which came to UNDP as part of their massive strategy and program about strategic reform that were supported by the government and the parliament, and of course they were trying to find resources in order to reach out some of their targets. And in this regard, they were inviting UNDP as a kind of technical expert. And number two is that since UNDP has an integrated role, how to develop jointly the framework of implementation by assuming that, it would be open, transparent. So for that obvious reason, they invited UNDP to be sort of kind of the independent evaluator. Through this kind of the deep dive into the SDG, the government in partners identified 7 goals, including health, education, transport, responsible consumption, and etc. And based on that, they issued the bonds, and first issuance was around 2 trillion som, which is around $260 million, and that was bonds for 3 years with the coupon of interest for 14%, because it was in a local currency. And UNDP role was to guide and accompany from the technical expertise. We were inviting our international experts who were helping them, with the identification of the needs, prioritization of the needs, how to then accommodate them, and how to ensure that all those information that are required for the donors are there, and they will be, to investors, and they will be there.
So, Rob, I'm terribly sorry. We are a little lack
sorry.
of time.
So, just in this regard, what I would like to say that we at UNDP, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, we're all a member of one family. We are ready to do this. And if and when the government of Kazakhstan is expressed their readiness to work with the issuance of bonds, green bonds or whatever bonds are with support for the development, we are ready. We were discussing this in many of our platforms, including very recently in the water platform. So that is why I think all of them are feasible and doable. And we will be taking this into consideration based on the other experience we have. Because very recently we may successfully accomplished our project in Indonesia, which converted to $6.8 billion, and in Uruguay. In Uruguay, it's a very innovative approach in terms of paying the coupons, but I think, it's a different story. Thank you.
Thank you. So many thanks once again for a deep answer. It's a very interesting topic. It's really hard to deliver it in a so short time. Thanks. My next question is to Birjan Astayev. Birjan, you represent Astana International Exchange. Could you please tell us if there are any sovereign bonds of the Ministry of Finance placed at AIX nowadays? And also if there are any investors' appetite to sovereign bonds from local and international investors, and what is investor appetite to corporate green bonds listed in AIX? And the last one is, how do you predict the investor demand to be for the sovereign green bonds if they are placed by Ministry of Finance on AIX? Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Birjan. Very interesting question. I'll try to be short. Again, it's Friday evening. So, most recent issuance of Ministry of Finance Eurobond took place last autumn. It was in October 2024. Amount was not big. It was $1.5 billion, 10-year US dollar denominated bonds. And it was quite a success, I would say that. In terms of demand, the book for such bonds oversubscribed by 6 times. It was more than 5 billion or $5.6 billion demand for such bonds, including Kazakhstani demand, local demand increased at $300 million. So we see that there is an appetite for Ministry of Finance Eurobonds. And if we are talking about green Eurobonds, green sovereign Eurobonds to be issued by Ministry of Finance, I believe we have no such case yet, but I hope we will see it in future. And talking why it will be beneficial for all of us. Again, apart from those issues that such money go to green projects and generally will improve our life, I will be talking about the financial aspects. So from financial aspects, it will be beneficial for Ministry of Finance. First of all, you all know that there are so-called special reserve special funds reserved for green projects with many international investors. They have special amount in their budget dedicated only for green projects. In case if Ministry of Finance are going to issue such green bond, then these funds will be unlocked, and thus it will be increase the demand and drive the yields lower. So it will be good for the country, even from the financial point of view. The second point is that, again, we have now our risk-free 10-year dollar-denominated rate for Kazakhstan, which is the Ministry of Finance Eurobond. But again, we have no such, let's say, green benchmark risk-free. So currently, when you are comparing green issuance of any quasi-sovereign, any commercial issuer, versus risk-free rate, so you are comparing its apples to oranges, let's say so. So in case you will have such green benchmark risk-free rate for Kazakhstan, it will be good for the issuers as well, because they can compare themselves against the same green instrument. And as for commercial bonds, again, as Manas mentioned, the volume is, we see the increase in issuance and demand for such bonds, but I would say that, again, issuance by Ministry of Finance of green bond will also help to drive this further, and also I guess that other initiatives in state policy can improve it further. For example, even this carbon credits, carbon quotas, in case it will be implemented and driven further, then it also will help to boost this market for the commercial enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next question will be to IFC and EBRD, Mrs. Ekaterina Benjamin, and also Askarna Mabais. I have combined this question all together because you are the two main institutions, international large institutions in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. So, as all we know, IFC supports clients in issuing green bonds and in many cases acts as an anchor investor. IFC and World Bank teams supported Fiji to issue the first sovereign green bonds by an emerging market in 2017. As for in Central Asia, last year IFC has subscribed to a landmark local green bonds issued by Tajikistan Eskhata Bank, the first in the country. IFC also helped to incorporate legal amendments enabling the administration of Almaty Akimat, to issue municipal green bonds. And at the same time, EBRD is the leading international financial institution in Kazakhstan and Central Asia in financing green projects. Recently, the IFC and the EBRD have expressed their readiness to finance Almaty's green projects through the purchase of Almaty's Akimat municipal bonds. That is planned to be issued this year, I hope. Given IFC and EBRD's active role in financing green projects and advancing green bond markets in emerging economies, could you share the main insights from cross-border experience of your institutions in engaging into sovereign green bonds issuance? And also, it would be great to hear if EBRD and IFC could support the government of Kazakhstan or other Central Asian countries like Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, if they issue the first sovereign bonds as well. My question is, would IFC and EBRD consider to co-investor or anchoring a green bond issuance of regional governments to catalyze investor demand, and what type of other support could you institutions provide to the governments on this matter? Please, Ekaterina. Thank you. So as a lady first.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be at this panel with panelists and discuss such important issues as green bonds and green development. So Thank you for asking the questions together, World Bank Group and EBRD, because I think this is also very important to mention that from being competitors, we are becoming partners where we join the forces to work really together towards our impactful goals. So I will add probably more on how we helped Kazakhstan to unlock their subnational green bonds agenda for Almaty city. So I would say that for local municipalities, there is no way that they can borrow independently from the central budget. And this is one of the concerns which provide a lot of lagging effect when municipalities try to build up a pipeline of projects, but then they have to go through a very long way for approving this kind of expenses so that they can actually borrow. And bringing our international cross-border experience, we looked at Almaty municipality, and this is one of five, let's say, in Kazakhstan, which is a donor city. So to build on this, we helped to amend the budget law where it now allows to borrow independently from the central budget. What it gives the speed, the flexibility, and also choose the time of the bonds when they could be issued. On this note, we worked a lot with the authorities, with the Ministry of Justice. We were amending the law, and finally it was ratified almost 2 years ago. And we are at a stage with EBRD together to launch the first green bonds for Almaty city. It's a subnational bond, it's not sovereign, but it is at the level of sovereign or even higher, because the donor city, if the rating agency rates the municipality, it shows that it has better credit rating than the country itself. This is where we bring value, and the bond pricing would be reflected on these measures. So, and when we are talking about green bonds, it's really, for me, as a citizen of Kazakhstan, the question is not meeting NDCs, is not Paris alignment, is not something what we have to do as a country on the global arena. It's what the person gets at the end of this. Because we as citizens, we want accessibility to the water. Without water, we cannot live. We want good transport system. I think all of us are so tired of all the traffic which we experience going to and from work. We want transport system which is also not polluting our air, so it doesn't affect our health in a bad way, so that we can be healthier. And all this agenda is combined when we are thinking about green bonds. This is our well-being and also healthy well-being. This is what we bring to the country. Thank you, and I will ask my colleague Askar to elaborate further on it.
Thank you for your question. Спасибо, Екатерина.
Thank you, Ekaterina. I have prepared my speech in Russian, so I will stick to my plan, and I will be concise. I can share the main messages that have been given by my colleagues, that we support the green development in any ways, and it is reflected in all the documents by EBRD. And answering your questions, EBRD is using all the financial tools arsenal, and supports the development of internal capital markets. It's collaborating with municipalities and the financial organs. As you mentioned, EBRD, together with the AIFC, cooperate with the municipalities of Almaty City to issue the first green municipal bonds. Ekaterina already listed all it. And in 2023, we collaborated with the Agency for the Financial Market Regulation to develop a new regulations. This will help us develop ESGs for financial market. Also, we need to mention $60 billion transaction deal to develop small and medium businesses. And my colleagues also mentioned the experience of Uzbekistan in issuing sovereign green bonds, so that showed the importance on the national and the regional level, and influenced the pricing. In London, it was lower, less expensive than on the national level. So we see that there is this importance of sovereign green bonds, and it is an important benchmark for private markets. And the issue of green bonds in favorable conditions can be beneficial for our country due to infrastructure, legal basis. The government also can consider the issuing of internal bonds. And we will continue the work with the government, with all the regulators, with all the stakeholders on the issuing of green bonds in accordance with all the standards, international standards on issuing bonds. Thank you very much.
I think it was my mistake previously to interrupt Suhrab. Thanks to our bankers, so we still have time to develop our topic. So I think I have time then to ask one more question. I think it will be like general questions for all of you, our dear speakers. So I think Suhrab will be able to answer this question first. In your opinion, dear speakers, what lessons from previous sovereign green bonds issues in Uzbekistan and other emerging economies would be most relevant for governments like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and other Central Asian countries? In your view, what are the most critical success factors for a first-time sovereign green bonds issue? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bakajan. Let me say that, one of the key lessons from Uzbekistan experience, specifically, I just wanted to highlight, is about when you're starting from the scratch, make sure that you are building based on the full set of the available standards for the transparency and accountability. This is number one. And number two, I think alignment of all of your preparation work should be with international standards from the onset regarding, the issuance of the framework and other of those instruments. So I think this is number one. And what was the critical success in order to reach out those one? I think there are three main points. The point number one is about credible, as I was saying, credible green bond framework. Because, for example, in Uzbekistan, it was fully aligned with the international standards such as the Green Bond Principles, ICMA, and include clear criteria for project selection. This is number one. Number two is the whole of government approach. Because if we are talking about the green bonds, it should not be specifically a relationship between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Ecology. Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Justice, the other institutions should participate proactively. In this regard, it would be one of the guarantee of success. Last but very not the least, again, it's a transparency and open availability data for investors. Because investors want to be ensured that the data is correct, they can have access at any time 24/7, and they can validate it through the valid available standards, as I said, about international standards in the issuance of the bond. I think those. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other opinions, colleagues, on this topic? Manas, will you join us? Thank you.
So I'd like just add to the speech of Ekaterina. So in terms of green bond, of subnational green bond of Akimatov Almaty, AFC Green Finance Center also supported this issuance, planning issuance, and we provided second-party opinion. So I have to mention that because I used to have to be like a business development officer before being CEO of AFC Green Finance Center. So I'd like to mention that. In terms of your question, so to be successful, to issue successful green bond, several key steps have to be taken. And the first one, I think, government have to set up a working group which brings together key ministries, including responsible for climate policy, finance, energy, infrastructure, so can they together select eligible green projects. The second one, government have to select eligible green, meaningful green projects which are aligned both national green taxonomy and the international green principles and the standards like climate bonds taxonomy. The third one, green bonds framework needs to be developed. This document explains how the projects will be selected, how the money will be tracked, and how progress will be reported. So it's very important. And fourth, the most important thing is to get verification. So there are like 4 types of verification: external review. So the first one is second-party opinion, which is the most popular one because 85% of global issuers use second-party opinion when they issue their thematic bonds. The second one, rating, and we have assurance and certification from Climate Bonds Initiative, etc. And finally, I'd like to mention that countries like Uzbekistan, Fiji, France succeeded on the issuance of green bonds thanks to technical support from IFIs like UNDP, EBRD, or IFC. So it's a vital part of issuing a successful green bond. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Any other questions?
Ну, я еще тогда хочу добавить, что когда международные финансовые институты участвуют в выпуске зеленых бондов, тогда мы приносим как бы свою печать, когда говорим, что да, эти бонды действительно удовлетворяют тем требованиям, которые заложены для того, чтобы соответствовать зеленым бондам. Потому что может быть greenwashing, да, мы получаем премию, но этого не должно быть в бондах, которые не соответствуют данным требованиям. И если они валидированы международными финансовыми институтами, то они говорят о том, что эти бонды действительно зеленые, но также еще и привлекаем дополнительных инвесторов, которые могут идти вместе с нами, но если бы нас не было, тогда было бы сложнее. И хотела бы еще вот коллегам с АИКСа сказать большое спасибо в том плане, что когда размещаются бонды на их площадке, то интерес международных инвесторов становится намного больше, потому что регуляторная система, организация торгов, она помогает более просто и понятно осуществлять эти операции. В Казахстане есть абсолютно все условия для того, чтобы этот продукт был доступный и получил большое развитие. Спасибо.
Thank you, Екатерина. Thanks.
Я просто хотел еще
Thank you, Catherine. I want to add, not from the financial part, but from my based on my cooperation with big organizations. The first issue is ever difficult, especially for the state bodies. The Ministry of Finance has done it for the first time, following the procedures. People will understand how to do it, and I hope that we have social blue, different types of bonds. Then for state bodies and for corporate bodies, so they will be also quite easy to be done as general bonds. Thanks a lot.
I think for today we'll have last question. Unfortunately, we don't have our Vice Minister of Finance here with us today. He wasn't able to participate. So I hope that we have such experts in this field here with us today. So if possible, I mean, to give a short answer, we do have successful story with Uzbekistan, as Suhrab mentioned before, and also Damu was successful. How do you think, what are the main obstacles or challenges to the Ministry of Finance or our government to be more quick and fast, like to attracting sovereign green bonds in Kazakhstan? I mean, like as Ekaterina mentioned before, that people sometimes are tired that that the general public they don't have access to some sustainable, infrastructure. So I think that everybody is waiting because Kazakhstan has a great potential and there are so many pipelines of projects in infrastructure to be done. So thanks a lot. I think that Suhrab wants to answer. Thank you.
Отличный вопрос. Хочу тоже.
It's an excellent question. I want to pass over to the Russian language to deliver my thought to all participants in the right way. I liked that today Arman, Vice Minister of the National Economy, spoke at the morning session. He said definitely the government is ready and they request us, the international players in the area of development, partners on development, to provide to them the so-called menu of the instruments which they can use, because we know that we are going to generation 3.0 on VAT, national determined contribution, and there are questions or issues related to how we shall use correctly the public finances. We talked about it after the COP 20-something. Now our role in this, and I think that here we have the representatives IFR and we from UNDP. Why not invite our experts? Why not to work so that they will propose the instruments, procedures, so that the Ministry of Finance will sit down, will look, and will see whether it complies to the strategy of the country development and to the goals and objectives. So let me add, this year we have changed the changes in the budget code in terms of defining the sovereign green bonds, and as we are the kid think tank, we supported the Minister of Finance. Now we work jointly with them on bylaws, the rules on issue of green sovereign bonds. When the rules will be ready, Ministry will be ready to issue green bonds. Of course, we shall have the questions about the pipeline, because international practice displays that the countries which had the bankable, bondable green projects ready, they were able to attract more investors, the investors which have the mandate for ESG. For instance, the French green bond, 80% of green bonds were purchased by the investors who have the ESG mandate. Then we have to work with everybody, with pipelines, about good projects. We can use those bonds for refunding It's an option also, but not in 100 value. But part of the green bonds can be used for refunding of green current projects of the Minister of Finance. Thank you. Da.
Everybody's already tried. So thank you once again for your patience that you with us today. Dear colleagues, dear speakers, thank you for meaningful and inspiring discussion. I hope this session will be an incentive to launch national green finance programs and constructive dialogue between governments, investors, and international institutions. I would like to thank all of the speakers and participants for their ideas and experience. Thank you once again. Thanks a lot. Thank you, dear guests.